All right. Well, good evening, everyone. Today is Tuesday, April 5th, 2022. The time 5 p.m. and the regular meeting of the following will come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the City as Housing Assets, Success Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Becerra,
Present.
Councilmember Gomez,
Presente.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Here.
Mayor Jones.
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, so before I move on to the introduction to public comments, Madam Clerk, are there requests from in chambers and or Zoom?
No, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. So with that said, we're going to go ahead and move on to the declaration of closed session items.
Thank you, Mayor Jones. We have 3 items this evening. They're all existing litigation, pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D1. And in order to avoid jeopardizing any existing settlement discussions, we haven't provided more information on the agenda. To the extent there's reportable action, we will report it at the conclusion of the closed session or at the commencement.
All right, thank you very much. And with that said, we're going to recess to closed session. We will resume open session at 6. Well, good evening. Today is Tuesday, April 5th, 2022. The time is 6 p.m. We are resuming the regular session of our regular meeting, the following of which will come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council also sitting as the Victorville Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the City as Housing Assets Successor, Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Becerra.
Here.
Councilmember Gomez.
Good evening.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Present.
Mayor Jones.
Here.
We have quorum.
All right, thank you. And as an additional note, our Mayor Pro Tem Irving will be leaving our meeting tonight. All right, so Mr. DeBortnowski, do we have any announcements as to closed session item?
Thank you, Mayor Jones. We had 3 items this evening, all existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 4956.9 D1. 3 cases are set forth on the agenda. At this point, there's no portable action with respect to any of those cases.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to move on to our invocation. And this evening, we were scheduled to have Pat Travers of the Supply Priest here with us. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here, but he was kind enough to send the prayer of his heart. So I'll be delivering that. And then that'll be followed by our Pledge of Allegiance offered by our Police Captain, John Wickham. So if you're Dear Heavenly Father, we ask that you keep our city council free of reproach from prejudice or bias as they tend to the needs of the city with dedication and honor. We ask that they find joy in their lives as council members and are rewarded with your blessings in their efforts to work together in harmony. Help us all to remember and be grateful that we have not suffered, and pray we never will, as the people of the Ukraine have with the onslaught of the war from Russia. Remind us every day, Lord, to pray for the martyrs of the Ukraine who lost their lives for the country they love and hold dear. We ask that you hear these petitions and continue to grant us your love and mercy. Amen.
Face the flag and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, so thank you, Father Pat Travers, for the prayer of your heart. Thank you. All right, now we're going to move on to the conflict of interest declarations. Do any council members have any to declare? Seeing, hearing none, we're going to move on to the introduction to public.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
All right. All right, well, everyone, welcome to tonight's meeting of the Victorville City Council. Your council is interested in your ideas and opinions and endeavors to incorporate them into its deliberations. At the same time, the council must be able to carry out its business in an organized and efficient manner free from material disruption. Therefore, this meeting will be administered in accordance with the council's established. and Government Code Section 54957.9. Individuals may speak on agenda items or on issues not posted on the agenda during the public comment section, providing those issues are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Individual speakers may address the council once per public comment period and once per each public hearing item for up to 3 minutes. Additional time may be allocated for appeal hearings in accordance with the city's adopted policy and procedures manual. Those who desire to comment this evening on a public hearing item may wish to reserve their remarks until that particular public hearing item has opened. All testimony is to be directed solely to the council. Although open meeting laws do not permit council members to engage in dialogue with any speaker during the public comment periods, please know your comments and questions may be taken into consideration by council members when discussing the particular item. The presiding officer may briefly respond or have staff respond to statements or questions, or may report back to the council at a subsequent meeting. Speakers are requested to comment as permits. Individual council members who speak as a member of the public do so without the semblance or presumption of authority derived from her public office and are subject to the same quorum as other public participants. Whether attending this meeting in person or via Zoom, once comments are invited, the speaker will be called on by name, then recognized by the presiding officer. The speaker will state the item number or numbers that will be addressed, or that the subject is. Audience members may not disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of this meeting, and those who do are subject to removal from the meeting pursuant to Penal Code 403. Your understanding and cooperation are appreciated. All right, and you know what? My apologies. I skipped a part of our agenda, and that was to have our city clerk present the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have two revisions to the agenda. Our first revision is to agenda item number 20. Revisions were made to the staff report in attachment A. The revisions are also included in the addition of a new attachment C. The changes to the staff report to account for the potential cost of sales tax, the not to exceed amount of the agreement with Urban Block has been increased from $1,200,021 to $1,300,062. The revised recommendation shall read that the Honorable City Council approve a service provider agreement with Urban Block, Inc. for modular bathrooms for the Victorville Wellness Center in an amount not to exceed $1,300,602 and authorize the city attorney to make non-substantive revisions to the agreement. The staff report also notes the Victorville Municipal Code Section 2.28.100B2 that allows sole source procurements and refers to the completed sole source justification form as attachment C. Attachment A changes. It updates amounts in the scope of service and payment schedule of Exhibit A to reflect an amount not to exceed $1,300,600. Attachment C revisions. The completed sole source justification form has been included as attachment C. Revisions to agenda item number 21. Revisions were made to the staff report with the inclusion of a new attachment C. Staff report changes. The staff report now notes the Victorville Municipal Code Section 2.28.100B2 that allows sole source procurement and refers to the completed sole source justification form as attachment C addition. The completed sole source justification form has been included as attachment C. Madam Mayor, those are all the revisions.
All right, thank you. And is there going to be a request to pull items number 14 and 15? That was my understanding, Mr. Metzler.
Yes, we could do that.
I have 14 and 15. All right.
14 and 15 require resolutions.
Okay, so, so the additional revision is that 14 and 15 will be tabled to our next. All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, so the order of our business this evening will be modified as follows. Your priority business before our Mayor Pro Tem has to leave us. So we're going to hear public hearing item number 1, followed by our consent calendar items number 2 through 13. Then items 16, 17, and 18. Following that will be the presentation of our proclamations, et cetera, at approximately 6:30. So that might actually precede a couple of those items. We'll see how that goes. And then finally, we'll take up items 19 through 27. All right.
A point of order.
The chair has done nothing that breaches policy, but if you have a question, most certainly.
Yes, so are you just clarifying that we're taking items 14 and 15 from today's calendar and we don't need a motion? Is that what you're doing?
This would normally have been something that would have stated as revision by the city clerk, but because we had to, the chair did it.
So a motion is not required.
Correct, because this would have normally been something that the clerk would have done. Is that fair, Mr. DeBortnowski?
That's fair.
All right, just making sure. All right. So with that said, Madam Clerk, are there requests to speak still
Yes, Madam Mayor.
in chambers?
Yes. Our first speaker is Deanne Hudgens.
Good evening, Ms. Hudgens.
Good evening, Council, Madam Mayor. Last time I spoke about the vendors, the street vendors, and I did get response to some of my questions or some of my comments from Mr. Metzler's office, which I appreciate that very much. But some of the responses also brought forth questions. And once the vendor has been cited, the response was the vendor was ordered to pick up and cease business. Often the folks are dropped off and they stay at the location for a couple of hours until they're picked up. What prevents them from continuing their business? If they're cited, what does that mean? Do they pay a fine? How many times can they be cited before something else happens? I asked if the vendor is required to leave, and the answer was unfortunately no. The area is a public area, therefore we can't order them to leave. However, they must cease business operations. Once code enforcement's gone, how do we know that happens? If they're there, there's no van to pick them up. I would guess they probably continue to do that. And street vendors obviously are targeting county areas very heavily. Corner of Elevado and Luna is a very large vacant area. On the weekends, it's beginning to look like a swap meet. I just drove by there on my way over today. There were 3 vendors there. This is a Tuesday. Of course, we have daylight savings, so people are available to stop by in daylight now. There was another vendor at the corner of Dos Palmas and Luna. I think it would make sense for the city and county to coordinate their code enforcement on these. I know the city does not have any jurisdiction, but it's impacting our city businesses and thus impacting our city revenue. It would make sense to me that there could be some coordination between our supervisor in our area, San Bernardino County Code Enforcement, and the city, whether it would require some kind of an agreement, a memorandum of understanding. I don't know what it takes, but I really think it needs to happen because it's only going to get worse with the warm weather and the later days. Another thing that I've been concerned about is the Green Tree Inn. I know there was a shooting, a murder, something there this past week. Is that a long-term residential place? Is it inspected? It needs to have something done because that's the first thing a lot of people see when they get off the freeway. And that would be a horrible place to have somebody stay, any of our friends or family. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hudgens. Madam Clerk?
No, there are no additional speakers.
Okay, with that said, we're going to close the in-chambers public comment period, move on to Zoom request to speak.
There are no speakers, Madam Mayor.
All right, with that said, will you kindly set the timer for 30 seconds in anyone that in our Zoom audience that may desire to speak and maybe have technical issues.
We have Galaxy A12 now.
Pardon me?
Galaxy A12 will be the next speaker on Zoom.
All right, thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. This is Maggie Martin. Hey, listen, I was having some trouble hearing in the beginning, and even the speaker mic at the podium is a little scratchy when Ms. Hudgens was speaking. And I really don't have an agenda item. This is not related. I just wanted to wish Mr. and Mrs. Jean and Deborah Jones a happy anniversary, which I believe was yesterday. Am I correct?
Yeah, close enough.
Okay. So I just hope you had a wonderful day.
Thank
That's
you.
it.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Madam Clerk.
There are no, sorry. The next speaker is OnePlus Nord.
Good evening and welcome. And one moment. So Councilmember Gomez would be helpful. Thank you. All right. So welcome, sir or madam. Are you with us?
Can you hear me now?
We can now. Thank you so much and welcome.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I like to express my concern about Illumination Foundation, which is the shelter that is taking care of our homeless in the city of Victorville. And my concern at this time is that according to the paperwork that they presented to you, the council, the city, my understanding was that they're supposed to have at least 3 site assistants for every shift. Apparently that has not been done. And Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, and Monday from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., they only have 1 site assistant with 1 security to cover 70 plus guests. According to the papers that I saw in Victorville agenda, they're supposed to have 3. How are they going to take care of our clients? That's not only happening, it's only happening multiple locations. They still understaffed. They're supposed to have 19 employees currently to what they presented to us. And it's been, what do we have, 3 months left? And most of the items are still not certified according to what they told us that they were going to do. Not only that, they're supposed to have a certified alcohol council. We don't have that. They don't have that. So I'd like to know, how do we put this in agenda so we can find out where is the money going? Whether we can get a monthly report that we are able to look up and see where is the money going, especially when there is a lot of needs that they don't have available. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. All right, Madam Clerk.
There are no additional speakers, Madam Mayor.
All right, now will you please set the timer for 30 seconds? This extra time is being offered to assist our Zoom audience members that are experiencing technical difficulties, if there are any, so that they can provide public comment should they desire.
Madam Mayor, 30 seconds has lapsed and there are no additional speakers.
All right, thank you. So the public comment period is closed. Chair brings the item back to the council. We're now going to move to our first business in order, which is public hearings, beginning with, and this is consideration of introduction and first reading of ordinance 2425, adding a new chapter 6.37 to title 6 of the Victorville Municipal Code and revising subsection 16-5.11- .050A of Title 16, Chapter 5, Article 11 of the Victorville Municipal Code. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Senate Bill 1383 was adopted in 2016 and established a statewide legal framework to divert organic waste from local landfills for the ultimate purpose of reducing carbon-based methane emissions into the environment. Altogether, this bill directly affects how we, along with all other cities across the state of California, conduct our solid waste and trash hauling services. Currently, we are at a stage of working towards full compliance, though we are not quite there yet. To date, we have developed and implemented an organic recovery program for commercial and industrial users, and that program includes a commercial food waste route, a green waste route, and a wood waste recovery program. Ultimately, and we are hoping to have established before the calendar year end, a third trash container at the curb of our homes to collect our organic waste. The council most recently dealt with this item in February as it authorized a notice of intent to comply with SB 1383 requirements and describing how the city intended to comply. This item before you tonight is one of a few steps left to take where this item establishes by ordinance a local legal framework for all residents and businesses to comply. With the organics diversion requirements, CalRecycle has established that we have until January of 2024 to begin enforcement of this code that you're being asked to approve tonight, which effectively gives us until then to complete the implementation of the program, rollout of an education and communications plan, along with an auditing and enforcement program. Finally, this state program has teeth to it in that for cities that don't comply, fines can be issued to cities for as much as $10,000 a day. So with that, that's the general overview as to the purpose for the item before you tonight, which is ordinance number 2425 to establish the requirement that all residents comply with the organic waste program. The item was authored by your Director of Public Works and Water, Mr. Doug Matthews. He's available for any questions or comments. We also had a presentation planned for you this evening, but in the sake of considering the time constraints that we're dealing with, we're certainly available to answer any questions or comments, but we can roll out that presentation if you like.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council open the public hearing, take public testimony, close the public hearing, introduce ordinance number 2425 for adoption and first reading by title only, and waive further reading in full proposed ordinance 2425.
All right, thank you. All right, we're now going to move on to questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. We're going to begin with Member Becerra.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Mr. Metzler, I picked up on a few things you said. It was enacted in 2016.
That's correct.
So that means it's probably been going through the Senate since 2001, probably.
Don't know if it goes back that far, but it's been dealt with for quite some time.
When this was brought to the cities, was any kind of funding put in front of us to help us?
Not that I'm aware of.
So now 6-7 years later, we're having to ask our citizens, we're going to pass on the cost to our citizens, correct?
That is the expectation, and get a final sense of program is going to cost, which is something we're working on in great detail right now with our trash haulers to figure out what the cost would be of implementing third barrel and adding another truck to the route. Once we have those costs, then we'll actually have to come back with a revised rate plan to establish a rate that'll support the organics waste recovery program.
But this is something the city didn't bring out. This is something the Senate put in front of us.
This is something that was mandated upon us along with other cities by the state of California.
No further questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, what percentage increase is expected to users in regard to this item?
In terms of rate, it's too early to determine at this time.
So we don't have even an approximation of the rate?
No, we're still trying to calculate the total cost of the programs, total cost of the program right now.
Will any delays in producing any forecasting affect the schedule of fee that the users will be paying up in front when we do have a cost?
I don't believe so.
What time constraints did you refer to when you decided not to bring forth a presentation?
The time constraints for us to be able to consider this item along with other that require attention by the council in the form of either ordinance or resolution.
I'm sorry, would you mind reframing that? Do we not have enough time?
We're under a short time frame to get a number of items approved tonight with the votes required to pass them.
It's my understanding that we had till 10, but I guess wouldn't be enough. Will commercial, residential, and other parcels be charged with the same fees based maybe on square footage?
No, square footage likely is the wrong measure to do that. There will be a different cost depending upon the nature of the user. For example, commercial class type users will be different than residential. The reliance and dependency upon the system is different based upon the difference in the customer class.
When you, I suppose that there's some kind of formula in order to be able to respond, because I can see that there's a difference between commercial and residential. Were there any cost allotted when you were doing that examination or that analysis to ensure that it's not going to be all equal because there's different usages?
We calculate that all through our very traditional rate plan. This council utility systems. We've actually even considered a rate plan for the solid waste program. So the rate planning that we would do to add this program in would be very similar to the rate planning concepts that we traditionally do.
And what contracts have we secured with the current waste company to mediate pickups?
To do what to pickups?
To mediate the pickup,
To alleviate the pickup?
to mediate.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding your.
So
She said mediate. I did not think that was-
Yeah, I'm still, the question doesn't make sense.
yeah,
Can you
so in
restate?
other words, if we're going to contract with a company, what are we doing to ensure that the costs are not what users would think is very costly? And we're going to bring forth a formula that they say, okay, well, we understand and we can pay this cost. So to mediate something means we're going to come forth, sit down, negotiate to be able to understand how we're going to bring this forth.
And that is the process that we're going through with our existing Burtech. We do have a contract with Burtech to provide existing trash services, whether it's the Green Barrel or Blue Barrel. And effectively, we are working with them to identify the costs so that we can establish a rate for the ratepayers.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
You're
Mayor Pro Tem
welcome.
Irving.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, it's really unfortunate, so very unfortunate that the cost increase is going to be passed on to us consumers. But, you know, I actually don't have any questions because I recall the in-depth conversation. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and I'm going to actually piggyback on that same idea. It wasn't that long ago. All right, with that said, the chair opens the public hearing for, Madam Clerk, do we have any chambers request to speak?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, going to Zoom requests.
Yes, Galaxy A12.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Maggie Martin once again. Listen, I just want to say ditto or echo the sentiment of what very short and sweet and to the point Mayor Pro Tem said. This is a crying shame that the state. This is just my opinion. I'm not on board with this. I don't like waste. You know, unnecessary waste. Unfortunately, you know, you've got a lot of people in the desert who own properties and they could be doing organic gardening or returning those food waste byproducts into the soil, which is a really good thing to do. I was doing it in the 70s with my parents in Northern California. So I'm being sarcastic here. I just love it when the state imposes something and then the taxpayers have to pay for it. That's just, I mean, to me, the whole concept of this is just ridiculous. Anyway, that's all I have, Madam Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is first.
Good evening and welcome, sir or madam.
Yeah, you know, I tried to join in last week or last session and I got blocked, you know. I don't know why you violate my first. Can you hear me?
We can, sir, and to our understanding, we certainly would never intentionally do something like that. We try to make sure that we do everything to accommodate those who wish to speak.
Point of order, ensure his time has stopped because you have taken his time.
Regardless, my point is quick.
One
You know,
moment,
like
sir.
previous-
One
like
moment, sir,
speaker,
one moment, please. So,
one moment, I got 3 moments. And then you try to tell me I can only talk about the agenda, which is
sir,
a cost.
sir, your time has stopped. Will you please suspend for just a moment? I appreciate your patience. So, Member Gomez, I want to assure you that we would never intentionally take time away from anyone who wishes to speak. So, sir, please proceed. Sorry for the interruption.
Well, you know, as a taxpayer, you guys have to give a business the chance to grow. If they bankrupt the people, they're not going to give you general funds anymore, and then you won't have squad. You know, you guys are
Okay, thank
making
you, sir, but
renewable energy.
we're taking
Hold on,
testimony on
renewable.
our public-
What?
Sir,
What?
we're taking testimony on our public hearing item, which is
renewable energy.
ordinance
But
24.
renewable energy is the point, right?
Find your remarks with the hearing, please.
Okay, the renewable energy is what you're trying to achieve by making a sustainable energy by poop, compost, all our garbage. You want to make it into methane gas, which is great. But why do we have to pay for your guys' businesses and pass it on to commercial and industrial, but not residential? Unless I heard wrong. But you know, people can make their own tents in their backyard and fire you guys. That would be the most ideal way, because you're not fighting for us. You guys are just aggregating more increases and 100% increases when it shouldn't be that way. You know, for extra programs, it's like a few dollars a year, not a few thousands. And by charging overpriced contracts and you guys doing that method is not fair to the people. You're not fighting for us. In regards, if people get their own tents, you guys are fired.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brown. Madam Clerk?
There are no additional speakers, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. Will you please set the timer for 30 seconds in the case that we have anyone in our Zoom audience experiencing technical difficulty and would wish to offer public comment?
Madam Mayor, 30 seconds has lapsed and there are no additional speakers.
Thank you. The chair closes the public hearing and brings the item back to the council. Will the clerk please read the title of the ordinance 2425?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Victorville, California, adding a new chapter 6.37, mandatory organic waste disposal reduction to Title VI Health and Safety Code of the Victorville Municipal Code and revising subsection 16-5.11.050A of Title 16, Chapter 5, Article 11, Green Building Code of the Victorville Municipal Code.
All right, thank you very much. With that said, the chair invites a motion from the council as it relates to points 4 and 5 on public hearing item number 1.
Madam Mayor, motion to approve staff recommendations on items
Points 4 and 5.
4 and 5.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. We have a first and a second discussion on the pending motion.
No discussion.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
No,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Member Gomez.
Yes, I would like clarification. So on the motion for items 4 and 5, there's items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So the motion is going to exclude items 1, 2, and 3.
Yes, of course, because we've done everything up to closing the public hearing, which is points 1 through 3. It's already been done.
So in other words, we're not going to, the motion is not to accept the recommendations 1 through 5, but instead has been revised to only 4 and 5. Is that accurate?
Thank you, Member Gomez. The council is always free to make the motion that it wishes, and it would be not reasonable to recommend that we take up points 1 through 3 on the recommendation since it's already been accomplished. What remains is points 4 and 5, and that's the motion before us. Thank you. All right, and the chair has no comments on the motion. Madam Clerk, please take the vote. Discussion period's
Councilmember Becerra,
closed.
Yes.
Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. So the council has taken action in accordance with the recommendation laid out on the agenda as to points 4 and 5. All right, we're now going to move on to the consent calendar. items 2 through 13. It would be appropriate at this time for the council and the council acting on its various boards of directors to approve action on
I
items.
would like to.
One moment, 2 through 13, in accordance with the recommendations presented on the agenda. Member Gomez?
Yes, so as a point of order, in the past, you haven't given me the opportunity, so I don't know if you want me just to interrupt because it seemed very rude the way you and I both did it. So I would like some direction into how you'd like to approach it.
I try to pause just a moment because again, consent calendars are routine items and I mean, the point of this is just to be able to consider it collectively and move on to more priority business. But certainly I understand you're free if you would like to make ask for a minor clarification or make a brief comment. But again, the chair is going to be increasingly focusing on our policy as it's written on this. And so questions that are go beyond just a minor clarification that the chair is going to request that you make a motion to pull the item for separate consideration.
So you went beyond the scope of my understanding of what I had asked for. It was not well taken care or not well taken for understanding, but I would like to look at items number 7 and number 13. Item 7 and number 13, I have minor questions and clarifications for those
Okay,
items.
as long as they're minor, otherwise the chair is going to direct you to make a motion.
I just don't need the extra.
The member does. Please
Don't
move
need
on.
the extra. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. So
Item
since
seven-
I may move, I'm sorry, may I move on or would you like to finish?
Item 7.
Yes, absolutely. So I was granted the desire to continue on number 7, and I do have a question for number 7. I was looking at item number 7. And we have the minutes for January all the way up until February. We don't have the following, and I was wondering, are we behind on those? The ones after February, so in March?
So we are working on those, but we've had so many meetings since December. We're trying to get about all of them up on the agenda here
Thank you.
within the next meeting or two.
Okay, item 13.
Yes. For number 13, here we're talking about the bidding requirements in certain circumstances. And I was just wondering if the process was after we had, I think, a public hearing, now to put it on the consent calendar, and if that was the appropriate way of doing the process.
Mr. Metzler?
I can answer that. That is typically how second readings of ordinances are done. They're typically put on the consent calendar.
I have no further questions or clarifications or comments. Thank you.
Thank you. All right,
And
thank
Madam
you.
Chair, if I might
Yeah,
interrupt, I don't believe
yes.
there's a problem if you wanted to take 14 and 15 as well as part of the consent calendar at this time.
Is it all right to take that up at this
I believe
point?
so.
All
Mr.
right.
Messer, I believe it is.
Yeah, since if we can get through this consent calendar, I would agree.
Very good. All right.
Madam Mayor,
So including 14 and 15? Yes.
point of order, I call for a vote.
So then I also would,
Thank
if
you.
there's a change,
Madam
I have a
Okay, so
point
we
of
have to
clarification.
allow on 14 and 15. So as long as it's a
Yes.
minor question or
Yes,
clarification.
I actually had an item on 14 and 15, had a question. Does the replacement of the playground consider wheelchair accessibility and other cares for children using swings and other areas?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, with that said, Chair invites a motion on items 2 through 15.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second? All right, first and a second. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
No on item 7 and no on item 13.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving, Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no on 7 and 13.
All right, thank you. So the council in the council acting in its various capacities has taken action in accordance with the recommendations presented on the agenda. Mayor Pro Tem, I notice it's a little bit after 6:30. Are you still good?
Yes, I know that.
16, 17, and 18 are priority items.
Indeed,
Okay,
so.
thank you. I appreciate your patience, Mayor Pro Tem, and your forbearance. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. All right. Item number 16, this is. And for those that are here for the presentations and proclamations, if you could just bear with us for a little while because we do need to get through some of this priority business before doing those. So item number 16 is in our written communications section. And this is resolution number 22-032 of the City Council of the City of Victorville approving the amendment number 3 to reimbursement agreement in connection with the extension of the expiry date of the BNP Paribas letter of credit and authorizing the taking of any additional actions required in connection therewith. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, this is an item similar to what we have done in the past. The letter of credit actually serves as credit enhancement to an existing financing that's serving the Victorville Municipal Utility, particularly its electric system. And this credit enhancement is required and is up for renewal for another 2 years. And so with that, this item is effectively just extending the existing letter of credit in place so that we can have it as enhancement to the bonds that are actually being serviced by the utility.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the city council adopt resolution 22-032, approving amendment number 3 to reimbursement agreement in connection with the extension of the expiry date of the BNP Paribas letter of credit between the city of Victorville and BNP Paribas, and authorize staff to take any additional actions required in connection therewith.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. We'll begin with Member Becerra.
No questions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes. Does this letter only affect the VMIS services or other finances as well in terms of the departments and everything that it just talks about VMIS? So I want to know if it's only related to VMIS.
It's only related to VMIS.
And what does this associated fee refer to when we're talking about the upcoming year?
The fee is the actual cost associated with a bank drawing a letter of credit in our name.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last part.
In our name, it's a cost associated with the bank drawing the letter of credit in our name.
And how long does the credit letter sustain its value? How long has it done it in the past? And I presume in the future, maybe just a year. I don't know.
These bonds have been in place since 2007, and a letter of credit has been required as an enhancement since these bonds were originally issued.
And why does the amendment require a letter? Not, for example, not a resolution or any other process that we've used in the past.
This item is actually seeking adoption via resolution. The letter of credit is an actual name of the financing instrument.
Okay. You brought in new terminology when you said it requires an enhancement. We were talking about the former question that I asked in regards to the value of a past and future. Is that something typical, or is this because the dealings with VMIS just requires an enhancement of sorts for financial purposes, loans, or anything like that?
It's something that was required as a requirement of the original bond.
And how are we calculating those rates?
We don't calculate those rates. Those are actually the rates dictated to us by the bank, and so we're obligated to pay them. Noting that the bank has proposed an increase over the next 2 years to a rate of almost double of what its current charge is something that we're looking at and is a part of the motivation of our ongoing efforts to actually refinance this debt.
Has the city considered negotiating the rates? And if it has not, where is its leverage power if we were able to probably maneuver from one bank to another?
Yes, it has, but it's determined the better strategy for the utility is to refinance the debt altogether and get a fixed rate financing in place as opposed to this variable rate financing, especially at a time when markets are so volatile.
So I saw a rate of almost 2 to 2%. Is that what you're asking? Is that what you're referring to?
And that's just the cost for the letter of credit. That does not include the cost associated with the interest rate on the bonds.
And do we know the time it would take the city to pay off and from what funds these are going to be distributed from?
I don't recall the exact term left on the bonds, but it's many, many years to go. And I believe the principal outstanding is about $45 million. And that would be effectively the amount that we're trying to refinance. But these bonds are being entirely and wholly paid for by the Victorville utility.
By BMIS, I suppose. Is that what you said?
VMIS is the Victorville utility.
Thank you. And what role does the JPA have in Victorville? Is it just connected to VMIS or any other services?
There's not a relationship of a JPA to this. VMIS is a department of the city.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, some of my questions were answered in the dialogue between the city manager and Councilwoman Gomez. However, I do want to ask a question. I see there's a slight increase in the associated fee. The other question is, how far along are we in terms of our work to refund? Refund the what is it, Series A bond into a fixed rate to eliminate the letter of credit? How far along are we in that effort?
I'm glad you asked that question, Madam Mayor and members of the council. We're expecting refinancing documents to this council as early as the next meeting. That may slide to the first meeting in May, but we're actively reviewing documents now.
Okay, and this increase is incremental, correct?
This increase is incremental over the 2 years, but if we do refinance the debt, then there's no need for this letter of credit. It'll go away.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And the chair has no questions. And with that, it's appropriate to invite a motion from the council.
Move to accept staff's recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. Discussion on the pending motion. Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
Discussion.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, I would have liked to kind of have known for the 45 million, what was the time or the term left in these bonds? That's something very important. We don't want to leave some kind of debt to our offspring, but that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. The chair has no comments on the motion. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. So the council has taken action in accordance with the recommendation set forth on the agenda. Moving on to item number 17. This is declaration of exempt surplus land, SCLA properties. Mr. Metzler, will you introduce the item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. And this item is here solely to comply with the Surplus Land Act approved by the state of California. And it's a precursor to really a simple action that this council needs to take, and that's effectively to properly vest or properly change the name and owning property out at SCLA. There is property out at SCLA as outlined in the attachments that are actually inside the fence line of the airport, were bought with the full intent of being owned by the airport, but for some reason, and were actually paid for using airport funds. However, the vesting was actually vested in the city of Victorville. So the ultimate goal upon approving this resolution and complying with the Surplus Land Act is effectively to properly vest the ownership of property at the airport from the city of Victorville's name to the airport authority's name.
All right, thank you. And Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the city council adopt resolution number 22-028, declaring city-owned properties as exempt surplus land pursuant to the Surplus Land Act, Government Code Section 54221 F1D, and authorize the transfer of properties to the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority. Authorize the transmittal of a certified copy of resolution to the Housing and Community Development Department as specified in Section 400E of the Surplus Land Act guidelines, and that the SCLAA Board of Directors adopt resolution number SCLAA 22-008, accepting the transfer of properties owned by the city, and authorize the deputy city manager and SCLAA's executive director to execute related transactional documents.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we're going to move on to questions for clarification as it relates directly to the staff report. Member Gomez.
Yes. Is there a value or a schedule that guides what surplus can be sold when it's classified as the exempt surplus land?
I think I don't know specifically, but this is much more simplified of an issue to where it involves the change in ownership of public land, and the change of ownership of public land triggers the compliance with the Surplus Land Act.
Can the city not use the surplus land for any other needs or necessities that the community may think about?
No.
How much will this property be sold for, and do we know to who?
This property is not being proposed for sale. This property is being proposed just to clean up a title issue involving the name of the actual owner and changing the name of the owner from the city of Victorville to the airport authority, as the property is actually serving a public benefit for use at the airport.
So you say we're changing titleship names from the city to what?
The airport authority.
Okay, so you talked a bit about the airport to the authority, and I just don't quite understand the maneuver. I can't understand why SCLA can't probably use it, maybe lease it out for some revenue or increases the revenue for potential companies. I don't understand why we're changing it from, one title to another. Like, what is the purpose of that? Is that legally allow us to do something different with it?
No, it's a legal cleanup issue, making sure that the proper owner of the property is identified. And in this particular case, the city of Victorville is not the proper identified owner of the property. It's important from a liability perspective. As an example, one thing that we would want to make sure, especially in trying to protect the city from liability, is that it's not inheriting liability that may really or should be instead tendered to the airport authority. With the city actually owning property at the airport, and say something happened that resulted in a claim, for example, if something like a title issue isn't cleaned up, it could actually expose the city to undue liability. So this is, again, a cleanup issue to make sure ownership is clear as to airport property being owned by the airport authority.
So I don't understand the term cleanup, since seems like there was a mistake or an error, but I suppose there wasn't. So I want to understand better, why is it that we have to, aren't we the SCLA successor agencies? Aren't we sitting in for all of these agencies, SCLA? So why should it be changing title? I mean, what is the cleanup? Did we make a mix up, a mess up? I mean, I don't understand.
There was an error in the original vesting when the property was first purchased maybe 15 years ago, and it was vested in the name of the city of Victorville, and it should have been vested in the name of the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Becerra. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions.
Thank you. So Mr. Metzler, just to be kind of just sum this up in a nutshell, the city has to declare this as exempt surplus land in order to effect the transfer to SCLA. Is that fair?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. Chair has no further question, invites a motion from the Victorville City Council and the SCLA Board of
Motion to
Directors.
approve staff's recommendations.
Thank you. We have a first and a second discussion on the pending motion. Member Becerra. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Discussion.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, absolutely. If the essence of my tonality hasn't expressed it, I'm very concerned because this was 15 years ago and we're catching it now. We had probably a liability for 15 years. I don't understand what we're trying to clean up and for what reason. That's my comment that I want to leave on the floor. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Member Gomez. And the chair has no comments on the motion. Discussion period's closed. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Right, so the council and the SCLA Board of Directors has taken action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda. Moving on to item number 18, this is the Pet Assistance and Support Program grant application for the Interim Shelter and Wellness Center. Mr. Metzler, will you introduce the item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, this item is a straightforward item in that it's just asking that staff be authorized to apply for this grant. As you know, we've been successful receiving grant money to help fund the construction of a pet shelter at our interim homeless shelter out at the airport, which that shelter would ultimately be relocated to our permanent wellness and recuperative care center. This grant, if we're successful in receiving an award, will actually be money to help fund the operation of that pet shelter at the wellness center. The author on this item is your code enforcement official, Mr. George Duran. He or I are both available for any questions or comments you have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzger. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the city council adopt a resolution number 22-027, approving the grant application for the Pet Assistance and Support Program and authorizing the city manager or designee to process all documents required for program administration.
All right, thank you. Questions as to the staff report, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
I don't have any questions, but I'm happy that we're going to apply for this grant. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Becerra.
No question.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes, for number 18, for the Pet Assistance and Support Program, how much of the pet assistance will go to service?
Page 377.
It's intended, all that's received for this grant would go directly towards the pet assistance program at the shelter, be operating money.
If I may reframe the question, service is literally like the individuals who are going to be living there and for their services. That was excluding administrative, any kind of other costs that will not be going directly, but maybe indirectly. And so my question is more pertinent to that regard.
And I think we've got outlined what a vision is for the costs and where those monies would go on page 377 of your staff report. That should summarize a sense of the scope, for example, and what our estimated costs are associated with that. And the hope is that we get awarded this amount of funding to operate that program.
And I'm looking at that page that you showed 1 through 6. 1 shows kennels and caging areas. 2 shows for the food, 3 for the supplies, 4 for the veterinary care, 5 for the animal care of the staff, and 6 for the animal behavior support. How much percentage of that we're looking at? We're looking at probably $223,000, but the award would probably be 10 million. So if we're looking at 223 million, what percentage goes directly towards, like the things like the food and the kennel? And I'm going outside of the administrative staff and costs of that regard.
Well, I think the measure of 10 million is wrong against the 200,000 that we're applying for. The 10 million is the aggregate program available at the state level that they've announced as available for agencies like us to apply for. So the 10 million is what's available statewide. It's very doubtful that we would get awarded more than what we're asking for in the 223.
And what percentage, no, I'm sorry, what is the breakdown of the 10, which you probably just gave? You said we would not be applying for the full amount. We're just going to be applying for just a small portion of that amount. When we do, how much is that 100%? Is that the $223,000?
George, you want to take a stab at that?
The $223,000 is what we're seeking the state to award us. No guarantees that they'll award us that amount, but that's what we're projecting.
And where is this funding, if we are able to receive it, going to be accounted for, and what category fund? I'm sorry, there's side talk, and I
appreciate that. Your point's
We'll-
taken.
We'll create a grant fund. We haven't received the funds at this point, so we haven't set up a fund for that, but it'll be accounted for in a special fund, similar to how we account for other grant funds.
And do we have a grant writer or an experienced grant writers for this to be successfully received? Do we have someone?
We actually have several of them throughout the city, as all departments largely are responsible for writing their own grants. So along with other duties that they specialize in, writing for grants is something that they focus on, and we've actually been very successful in getting grant awards.
Okay, and I wasn't aware that we created a special fund. I thought it probably goes to the general fund. This is news to me. I just thought we had about 88 accounts, and so I didn't, maybe I just misunderstood what you said, but I didn't know we created special funds with these grants, because I know we can only spend them, right? I
Time is up.
suppose.
And just as the time is up. All right.
We're just going in circles.
Yes. All right. Thank you. And the chair has no question. It's appropriate to invite a motion at this time from the
I don't
council.
appreciate that kind of
Approve
language.
staff
We are
recommendation.
not going in
for,
circles. It's
you're
me
out of order.
giving me the
One
time.
moment,
and
moment.
that is
Member
not
Gomez
decorum.
does not have the floor. and
That
has
is not, well,
stated-
neither did Miss Becerra, and she was
not
very
stated a point of
rude
privilege.
and
Had she
very
done, the chair would have-
unprofessional when you allowed her to
Anna, please
speak.
Continue. Did you wish to make a motion?
I did already.
You did, all
Yeah.
right.
I
Second.
second her motion.
Then
We have
she
a first
seconded.
and a
Everyone was
second
listening.
discussion on the pending
No
motion.
discussion. Thank you, Madam
Thank
Mayor.
you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, so I
The
appreciate,
motion.
I'm sorry, yes, that's what I'm trying to get to. So I appreciate my full 3 minutes as a council member to be able to ask any and every question that
Member
it's
Gomez, we have 2
viable,
minutes.
pertinent to, I'm sorry,
We have 2 minutes, not 3 minutes.
2 minutes or 3, because we've had 3 in the past. So now that it's 2 minutes, I'm fully allotted the 2 minutes, and I appreciate if we stick with the policy and the professionalism that's required of me to provide for others for any question that I may have, whether it seems not good or good.
So
So
your
I would
point
like
is
to place
taken,
that,
but we're
yes.
going to do
So
discussion
I
on the pending
appreciate that.
motion.
Thank you.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, call for a vote.
Thank you. The chair has no comments on the pending motion. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes,
Motion passes unanimously.
thank you. So the council has taken action in accordance with the recommendation on the agenda. And so that's the priority business that we needed to get through. And we're going to go ahead and proceed now with our presentations. Mayor Pro Tem, are you going to?
I will.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you
And
very
we do
much.
appreciate your staying with us longer than you expected.
so much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. All right, with that said, we have a couple of very special presentations this evening. And again, I'm so thankful for our audience and being patient with us as we had a number of important issues that we had to take up before our Mayor Pro Tem had to leave. So at this time, we're going to offer recognition to the Rosales family. And so I would like to invite them to join me down at the table in front. And then following that, we will have a proclamation on Alcohol Awareness Month. So with the Rosales family, join me, please. All right, we have with us, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Freddie of the Rosales family. So Freddie and his family are probably best known for the amazing food they lovingly prepared at La Casita restaurants for the past 4 decades. What started as a small taco restaurant so many years ago grew into one of Victorville's most cherished family restaurants, and I myself have partaken a few times. So on behalf of the Victorville City Council, I'd like to thank you, Freddie, and your entire family for your outstanding contributions to the great city of Victorville. And with heartfelt sympathy and respect, we recognize the passing of your beloved matriarch, Carmen, your brother, Richard, and son, Christian. The Rosaleses have been a strong family legacy rooted in love of family and devotion to our community. And I know your mama loved the Lord. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And so we wish you peace. We wish you peace as you mourn the loss of your treasured loved ones. We appreciate you. And so with that, I'm pleased to present you with a plaque from the council. So this is presented to you and your family with great respect and heartfelt sympathy. We recognize Carmen Rosales, Christian Rosales, Richard Rosales, for contributing to a rich family legacy rooted in love of family and devotion to the community of Victorville and the broader region. We appreciate your whole family. You have left a wonderful mark on our city. We won't forget it. Right, thank you. Thank you, sir. All right, next we have a proclamation. So will Linda Titus and Stephanie Boyer from the High Desert Community Coalition come forward and join me? And again, we have with us two forces for good in our community. We're so happy that you could be here. Thank you. All right, well, the city of Victorville is proud to recognize the High Desert Community Coalition for its tremendous efforts to reduce underage drinking in our community and for promoting awareness about the negative consequences that alcohol consumption has on our youth. Your initiatives serve as a reminder that we all have an investment in advocating for the health, safety, and quality of life for our youth. I join the entire City Council in commending the High Desert Community Coalition for your positive impact on the lives of many in our community. I am pleased to proclaim the month of April 2022 as Alcohol Awareness Month in Victorville. And with that, I'd like to present the proclamation. And I'm going to take the time to read this because I think it's very important for our community. So whereas the High Desert Community Coalition is a partnership of community members working to reduce underage drinking in the High Desert community, and whereas the consumption of alcohol by minors is harmful to their long-term development and well-being due to the risks associated with acute impairment, and whereas underage drinking has severe consequences, including injury or death from accidents, unintended, unwanted, and unprotected sexual activity, as well as academic problems, and whereas youth who start drinking before the age of 15 are 5 times more likely to develop alcohol dependence or abuse later in life than those who begin drinking at or after the age of 21. And whereas parents, educators, community members, and leaders who work with our young people are our best advocates for responsible decision-making. And whereas adults who provide alcohol to those younger than the legal age are placing those young persons at risk for health, safety, and legal problems. Whereas the National Alcohol Awareness Month, sponsored by the National Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence, encourages communities to host events that increase public awareness and educate people about the treatment and prevention of alcoholism. Now, therefore, I, Deborah Jones, Mayor of the City of Victorville, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2022 as Alcohol Awareness Month. So in the City of Victorville, and urge our citizens to observe this month by committing to play a role in providing healthy, alcohol-free events for our youth and making informed decisions to prevent underage drinking. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the official seal of the City of Victorville to be affixed hereto this 5th day of April 2022. We thank you and congratulate you. Congratulations, everyone. All right. We're now going to move on to item number
19, Madam Mayor.
19. Thank you very much. This is the purchase agreement by and between the City of Victorville and the Mustafa Family Trust. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Staff had previously been given direction to pursue negotiations with a particular piece of property that's the subject of this item, which is just across the street from City Hall here at the south end, right along the curve. Currently, we own about 8 parcels surrounding this subject site. And this subject site, for whatever reason, over 15 years ago, couldn't be acquired as a part of the original acquisition that then was envisioning a library to be located upon that property. At this time, as we have facility needs that we're currently planning for, one being a need for a new and larger police station. We also have still have library needs as well. Acquiring this property was viewed as necessary, at the very least, to give us the site control necessary to at least properly plan as much square footage as necessary to serve one or both of those proposed uses. We're actively working with designers for a library project. We're also soliciting proposals from architects that could help us do some preliminary site design for a new police station. This piece of property, whichever use it could go towards, is believed necessary to give us a larger site to work from to build as much square footage as possible. So with that, staff had negotiated as much as it could with the property owner on this property. And so the terms that have been brought before you today, if we're able to acquire this, this would allow for, or this would complete an assemblage of about 2.55 acres. The subject site is at $160,000. That would be the amount that we would go into escrow on. That's about $14.24 a foot. And we're expecting to close the transaction within a 30-day escrow. So with that, that brings this item forward with the recommendation, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. So with that, Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council approve the standard offer, agreement, and escrow instructions for purchase of real estate by and between the City of Victorville and Mustafa Family Trust for the acquisition of assessor's parcel number 0396-13105 and authorize the city manager to execute all transactional related documents to effectuate the acquisition.
All right, thank you. We're going to move on to technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. We're going to begin with Member Gomez.
So my first question is, why ARPA funds and not a different fund?
Well, first, it was determined that ARPA was an eligible use for the types of projects that we're contemplating upon the use of this property.
And what funds will be used to cover the construction of a new police station?
That's not exactly determined yet, but we're certainly looking at ARPA funds as well to fund the construction.
And what process of the municipal code allows for the no bidding letter of intent to purchase that follows?
I'm not sure what you're speaking to relative to
Yeah,
this
so
item.
if you look at attachment B on 399 verbatim, I took the non-bidding letter of intent to purchase. So I'm just seeking clarification as to where do we have authority to be able to combine these?
So the actual language on attachment B is not bidding, it's actually non-binding letter of intent, which is a much different term than non-bidding. Non-binding letter of intent
So let
is
me
a
reframe.
intent
Yeah,
that
let me,
doesn't bind the two parties, is effectively serving as an expression of intent between the parties in the defined terms of that letter.
okay. So let me reframe the question then. So what process of the municipal code does the non-binding letter of intent to purchase allow for this process to occur?
There likely isn't a code provision because there isn't a code provision required to effectively negotiate the acquisition of property, especially after the council's given direction to negotiate the acquisition. The letter of intent is a traditional real estate mechanism used to at least agree to general terms before actually going to a formal contract. A formal contract would effectively be what follows the letter of intent.
So for the non-binding letter of intent, I suppose that the council had knowledge before staff did, and then staff went ahead and took council's recommendation, or was staff providing recommendation, then council went ahead and jumped on that?
Well, the council did give direction to staff to pursue the negotiations of this property. This item is being brought to you as we have come to terms with terms that we both agree to as buyer and seller. And so that's why this item is being brought to you to basically affirm the terms that we've negotiated thus far and formalize it in an actual purchase agreement.
And has the Mustafa Family Trust done business in the past with the city of Victorville that the city manager is aware of, or any employee?
Not that I can recall, but the Mustafa family that I'm aware of has owned a lot of property throughout the city, but I'm just not recalling anything specific at this time.
And how many employees are currently housed in the current police station?
We've got a Schedule A that's about 130 employees that are under contract with the city. So I'd say in that order without the exact number in front of me.
Okay. And you were talking about a discussion between the library needs and the police in the same sentence. I really don't understand if what we're trying to do here is either build a police station, we're thinking about the library. Can you help me understand?
Yes, I can, I believe. We're actually trying to determine first what are each of those facility requirements. There's a lot of study work that we have to do first, both in terms of what are the space requirements for each of those types of uses, and what is it going to look like, and basically between the two sites, once we have a sense of how big of a facility we need, then we've got to do some site planning investigation to determine which is the best location to satisfy one or both of those facilities. And ultimately, that site investigation will include cost estimating that will help us decide which is the better location from a cost-effective and functional standpoint. So that's why we don't know exactly at this point in time whether or not this site, for example, will be used for the police station or a library or something else, to be honest with you. But the important piece, the important part here, and the reason why council gave the direction to move forward is because we own 8 parcels surrounding this one particular piece of property, and acquiring this one particular piece of property will actually allow us to aggregate 9 parcels, all contiguous.
Okay, so why is council being asked to approve the standard offer for purchase agreement when we don't necessarily have the facts or the data or the analysis of what we can do for this specific parcel? I mean, what is the purpose of the 30-day escrow closure of a purchase when we don't know? I mean, don't we have other land that we can use or maneuver, or is this just, I don't know what the negotiation is with this particular land?
So the council again asked us to negotiate the acquisition, which is why we're bringing this item back for you. Staff doesn't have unilateral authority without council approval to buy real estate. And so that's effectively why, after now we've negotiated the terms which are outlined in the letter of intent, why we're here before you, following your direction as the council to get the final decision to actually purchase the property.
Okay, so I know we are using the American Rescue Plan Act. We have 160,000.
Your
for
time
the
is up.
The closure of escrow.
Thank you, Member Gomez. All right,
You're
Member
welcome.
Becerra, any questions?
Mr. Metzger, the non-binding letter of intent is to protect the purchaser and the seller for the rights to purchase the property at a certain amount. It doesn't, it helps us that they won't raise the price on us, and it helps them that we won't back out of the deal.
Yeah. Yes, I would agree with that. And I think another way to characterize the term non-binding without the dictionary in front of me, it's a tentative agreement by the parties. And the reason why effectively it's a tentative agreement is because we as staff can support the recommendation at these terms. They, as the owner, can agree to those terms without a board approval. But before we can actually buy a piece of property, the city requires board or city council approval. So this effectively is serving as a tentative until the city council can actually affirm yes or no, are they okay with this tentative? And if they're not, then we would not proceed. And therefore, despite us as staff working with their real estate broker, have come to terms on a tentative basis, it's non-binding in the sense that if you as the council decide not to accept it, we don't have to move forward with the transaction and there's no damages associated with the effort.
Thank you very much. No further question, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Metzler, it's not necessary for the council to have facts, data, or analysis on every potential project in order to reasonably recognize that this is a desirable property.
That's correct.
Okay, and again, we're just proceeding based on the council's prior direction, and we had previously been given a lot of information as to this particular piece of land and why it would be desirable.
That is correct.
Thank you. And the purchase of this property better positions the city to be able to consider and plan future projects.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, so at this time, it's appropriate for the chair to invite a motion from the council.
Motion to approve staff's recommendation for 19.
Thank you. Is there a second? Chair seconds. Discussion on the pending motion, Member Becerra.
No discussion.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, I don't understand how any rational person would think that any kind of land that is sold as is would be any type of desirous type of land. The city has made purchases in the past that has affected the health and the environment of people. And I think when we don't do our due diligence, it's not rational just to vote for something as is because we have money coming from ARPA. That's going to be $160,000.
Thank you, Member Gomez. And I think that just begs the question. Mr. Metzler, has the manager and staff done its due diligence as to the purchase of this property?
It has done due diligence up to this point, and as a condition to close, it's very typical as a part of purchase and sale transactions for that 30 days as this contract provides to complete any additional due diligence necessary. So to the extent there are additional studies, surveys such as environmental that have already been done, they will have to be conducted and completed and done within the 30 days. And we get to determine still if we want to actually close on the escrow. If the investigations identify something that's not acceptable, then we would consider backing out of the transaction.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. All right, discussion period's closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. So the council has taken action to adopt the recommendation on the agenda. Moving on to item number 20.
Madam Mayor, if I may. if
Yes.
20 and 21 can be combined. They're both to do with the wellness center and they're both being paid out of the home key grant.
Yes, I think that that's reasonable. Would the council member wish to make a motion to
Make a
consider
motion
those
that we
together?
Combine item 20 and 21 to do with the wellness center.
Okay, is there a second? Chair seconds. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Okay, so we're going to consider items number 20 and 21 together. And so at this time, I'm going to read the title of both of those. So item number 20, it's the Wellness Center Agreement with Urban Block. Item 21 is the Wellness Center Project Agreement with Connect Homes. Mr. Metzler, will you introduce both of those, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. First, as a progress update, I actually was out to the site today, and activities have effectively begun. The site is now fenced. The site has been basically disturbed. We've done a grubbing of the site. There are construction trailers on site, and we're expecting construction on the first phase that has already been awarded by this council to begin by Monday, I believe is the latest date. So with that, this is some of the next items that you'll be seeing to further the project along. And these items are particularly dealing with some of the vertical components. In the case of item number 20 is with Urban Block, and there is a representative from Urban Block here. Miss Martha Trella is here in case you have questions of her. But the Urban Block component of this approval tonight is to approve the 5 modular units that will effectively comprise the commercial bathrooms component, which would include the toilets, sinks, and showers, and those are necessary to provide service to those living units that effectively rely on communal bathrooms or communal facilities as opposed to having dedicated facilities inside the unit. And we did have modification, in the modification of the items tonight include the revisions to have the sales tax included along with the sole source documents. Item 21 is actually dealing with another vertical component. These are the actual modular units, 46 modular units, in fact, that will effectively provide for the 110 beds that will house residents at the center. So with that, these, I think it's important to note in both of these cases, these modular type units are pre-approved by HCD, which is Housing and Community Development. So in that they're approved, that'll help facilitate the permitting process through them, as they're already pre-approved and proven in another location for use. So with that, this brings us to the next step of being able to go to fabrication and installation of the living and shower and restroom facilities. The author on this item, actually both items, appears to be Mr. Brian Gengler, your city engineer. He's certainly available for any questions or comments, but as you know, we've got a team assigned to this as well, led by Deputy City Manager Janelle Davidson. Of course, Scott Webb is also equally instrumental in helping us manage this project. So we've got a team here to answer any questions or comments, including those from the vendors.
All right, so Madam Clerk, the recommendation on 20 and 21 respectively, please.
The revised recommendation for item 20 is that the Honorable City Council approve a service provider agreement with Urban Block, Inc. for modular bathrooms for the Victorville Wellness Center in an amount not to exceed $1,300,602 and authorize the city attorney to make non-substantive revisions to the agreement. The recommendation for item 21 is that your Honorable City Council approve a service provider agreement with Connect Homes for shelter units for the Victorville Wellness Center in an amount not to exceed $5,069,607 and authorize the city attorney to make non-substantive revisions to the agreement.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to begin with questions from Member Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Mr. Metzler, my question has to do with item 21. Will this help bring us to our 170 beds that we hope to achieve by the time the whole project is done?
That is correct.
That's it, Madam Mayor. Thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes, so we're number 20,
20 and 21.
20 and 21. So these funds come from the $20 million, is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you restate that question?
Yes. So $28 million, and this is where the funding is coming from?
Yes, this is from the Home Key Award.
And when did we accept the award, and is this ARPA money funded through the Home Key grant?
This project is being funded through the Home Key grant what was the first part of your question regarding ARPA?
When did we accept this award? And is this ARPA money funded through the Home Key grant?
We got the award back in December. Did we take an actual acceptance to the council?
We did. We took the item to council on January 18th to appropriate the funds.
I'm sorry, we're saying December 2020. I missed it.
We received notice of the award in December of 2021, December 15th. The item, the appropriation was brought back to the city council on January 18th, 2022, this year,
Of what year?
2022.
Okay, thank you. And to grant sole source infers that no other option was available. Is that so?
I'm sorry, you're going to have to restate that question, please.
Absolutely. So this is granted by sole source, which means we don't have any other option. This is the only person we can go to or company.
We have relied on the sole source provisions of the code, consistent with how the sole sourcing works in the purchasing code.
So in other words, this is the only option
For this type of specific unit, yes,
for this item.
yes.
Thank you. And what is the date deadline that we need to meet?
December 31st, I believe I'm sorry, December 15th, which is on page 418 of the staff report.
So would you say what page again?
December 15th.
Yeah, you said a page number, so I want to refer to that page.
Page 418. And I just want to be clear about a comment I made earlier.
Thank you. December 15, 2022. Is that, I see that. Is that what you meant?
Yes.
Thank you. And can you clarify the report under fiscal impact that reads, it says an additional appropriation is not required. Funds for these services were budgeted with the Victorville Wellness Center project. There are sufficient funds available in the budget to cover the capital expenses of this agreement.
Correct. That's exactly how it reads.
Yeah, so I don't understand it. So I want clarification on what is being stated there, because it seems like we're going to get home funding key, but we're not because we have enough. So we, meaning the city of Victorville, so we're using different funding sources.
No, there is only one funding source being used for this project. It's what's identified in the fiscal section that you just read. Home Key grant funding is the funding source. We've actually got an award of the 28 million figure that is actually on page 459, and the $5 million fiscal impact associated with the Connect Homes item, which is item 21. That's being funded from the $28 million.
And then finally, you also wanted to go back and clarify something, and I was asking questions. So if you want to clarify something that you stated.
Yeah, and so going back to the 170 beds, it's actually 46 modular units, 46 modulars, which will actually comprise 110 units that gets you to the 170 beds.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Member Gomez. And the chair has none. Mine were all answered during the agenda prep period. All right, with that said, the chair invites a motion for 20 and 21 from the council.
Motion to approve staff recommendation for items 20 and 21.
All right, thank you. Is there a second? Chair seconds. And we're going to move on to discussion on the pending motion. Member Becerra.
Discussion.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes. So we have this agenda item today, 4-5. We had one on 329, 317, and 315. They were all, just to say the least, very extortionist and very fraud and dishonest. So I don't appreciate the stealing of our tax dollars, and we're going to see that in the times to come ahead. So that was my comment for this
So,
item. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. And the chair admonishes the council members, we're not to impugn the integrity or motives of members of staff or the council. All right, so.
Your point is not
with
well
that,
taken.
The chair did not state a point of order. The chair facilitates the meeting. I just have a couple of points to make as it relates to the pending motion. I think this is step forward in the right direction. It's going to get us to where we need to be in making sure that we're meeting all of our timelines on the grant. I appreciate all of the very, very hard work over the course of many, many, many months from our staff. And Mr. Metzler, you're to be commended in my view. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. With that said, discussion period's closed. And Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Okay, so the council has adopted the recommendations on both items 20 and 21 as it's posted on the agenda. We're now going to move to item number 22, and this is an item that I requested some months ago and had requested that be put on the agenda at the soonest possible time convenient for staff. So it's been some time. I think I made that back in January. So basically, I just wanted to have an opportunity for the council to discuss and contemplate whether we were in a place where we needed to consider expanding street sweeping services, providing for a healthier, safer, and more attractive environment for our residents, and explore what role, if any, code enforcement might have in that. I don't know that we'll be taking any action tonight. I think it's just going to determine a lot, on how the presentation goes. And so with that, Mr. Metzler, I understand there is a presentation. So if you'd like to introduce the item further and then bring that forward.
I would, and thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council, and certainly appreciate you allowing us this time, the time that it's taken since January to get something in the form of a presentation. And I want you to know that we've actually spent a lot of time crafting this presentation about our street sweeping program, which is something that I personally am very proud of. I've actually been in our street sweepers to actually see how they operate and to see firsthand a number of the issues that we deal with on a daily basis. And while we have 75 square miles to cover, we've got a very dedicated team and a very effective team in all that they do. I would say with the presentation that's before you, one thing that I would ask that you give thought to in the presentation, because the timing is absolutely appropriate as we're going into the budget cycle, is to the extent that with the program that we have, if there are service level desires above and beyond the good things that we're already accomplishing, now would be a good time to hear that from you, so that can help shape the policy that we effectively create in our budget document when we bring that forward to you in June. So with that, you do have Mr. Doug Matthews here to lead the presentation. I know as a guest, we have one of our street sweeper operators as well. I believe that's Mike Krigo behind him. And so I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Matthews at this time.
Thank you for the opportunity to present our street sweeping program and our level of service analysis tonight. Like Keith mentioned, we have Mike Krigo here. He has been with the city coming up on 22 years. Over 19 of those, he's been in a street sweeper. He's here tonight to answer the hard questions and to kick me if I say something wrong. So I don't know. Let's see. Do I go forward or? I think that's in the back. Next slide. So tonight, here's what we're going to talk about. We're just going to talk a little bit about what street sweeping is to give you an idea for those of you who don't really know how it works. We'll talk about our city of Victorville operations, our current turnaround times, cost to increase our turnaround times and what it would take, and then answer any questions you might have. Next slide, please. We'll go on to our street sweeping 101. So there's basically two types of sweepers. We have both in the city and at the airport. This is a mechanical broom sweeper. As you look in the back, there's a mechanical broom in the back that rotates backwards and pushes debris up onto a belt. And we'll have a little video in a second just kind of showing you how that works. Next slide, please. And this is a regenerative air sweeper. It is a vacuum type sweeper. And you can see the vacuum head on the bottom left with the arrows pointing there. And we have a little video to show that as well. So you can visualize that just a little better. Next slide, please. This is just for terminology, so you know what we're talking about as we go through the presentation. On the top left, and the bottom left, those are gutter brooms, and you can see them operating in the gutter. You can see the pitch of the one gutter broom that is adjusted by the operator to get optimum efficiency. And then on the right, that's a picture of our hopper. That's where the debris goes, and that's what we would dump once it gets full. Next slide, please. You can go ahead and click on the video.
Elgin's mechanical sweeper design, incorporated on the Broom Bear, Pelican, Eagle, Road Wizard, and Broom Badger, follows a proven and traditional approach. Side brooms follow the contours of the road, moving debris into a windrow for the main broom. Thereafter, the main broom is used to flick surface debris, which can be bulky, dense, or as fine as sand, up and onto the Elgin exclusive Chevron conveyor belt to be deposited into the hopper. Elgin's patented conveyor flexibility design on full-size chassis mount sweepers can also be equipped with an industry-leading 60-inch wide squeegee. Our industry-leading widest Chevron belts or squeegees result in exceptional one-pass pickup, while eliminating plowing that can otherwise occur in front of the main broom in similar type sweepers. Superior dust suppression can be achieved with water nozzles at both the side brooms and in front of the main broom.
And no, I'm not getting money from Elgin for this, so just so you know. Next slide, please.
Elgin's regenerative air sweeper design, incorporated on the crosswind, follows a closed-loop airflow path. The pressurized side of the pickup head agitates the surface of the pavement using an air knife, while the vacuum side captures airborne debris and carries it up into the hopper. Side brooms follow the contours of the road, moving debris into a windrow for the pickup head to remove. High volume airflow at high velocity results in exceptional one-pass pickup while eliminating plugging that can occur in similar type sweepers. Superior dust suppression can be achieved with water nozzles at both the side brooms and across the width of the pickup head. Regenerative air sweeping gives contractors, municipalities, airports, and racetracks a powerful sweeper with versatility and productivity.
So the vacuum sweeper would be utilized more to pick up the fines on the road and in areas where there's nuisance water. Hence, you're going to see those at the airport and say at racetracks where the mechanical sweeper does better with the larger objects and picks up a lot of what we have in our city. Next slide, please. This is just going to show you the gutter broom in action. You'll see it picking up debris from the gutter. And if you notice there's a dark spot, you'll see the dark spot increase as water is emitted from the sweeper. Just realize that we're not washing the streets, and that's not what a street sweeper does. It's just dust control, like the last video said. So this is just to kind of give you an idea of what's happening. And that will kick it into the center. It'll pick it up and toss it into the hopper. You can go to the next slide. So this slide here is basically what street sweeper operators are required to have. I'm not going to go through each bullet point since you have the presentation. Suffice it to say that not every Class B operator can be a street sweeper. It takes a very good skill set to be able to do it. They have a lot going on. It's not something you put on autopilot. So to sweep a street efficiently, takes a lot of time and takes a lot of practice and takes a lot of abilities that not everybody has. And it lists some of what they have to have up there, but that's what that's there to show you. Next slide. There's some miscellaneous information on street sweepers, costs. One thing I want to highlight because it's going to be in the presentation is a recommended useful life of about 6 to 8 years for a sweeper that operates 5 days a week, 8 to 10 hours a day. Other is just some hopper capacities. If you look on the components, that is something our operators actually do the work themselves, and they replace these components. So that's part of their downtime or part of what they need to do to keep their unit operating efficiently. The other thing I wanted to point out is deadhead miles, so you know what that term is. That is when your hopper gets full and you can't take any more street sweeping, you have to go dump. We have 2 locations. It can take anywhere from 45 minutes to an hour for a dump, so that's just taken away from your street sweeping time. Next slide. Why we sweep our streets. So really, it's not just for aesthetic purposes. It's to keep our storm drains and our waterways clear. It's a requirement of our MS4 permit. It's for health and sanitation reasons. Preserve the life of our streets. There's several up there that you can read later. Just want to give you an overview that it's not just to make it look pretty. Next slide. So now we're going to talk a little bit about our current operations at the City of Victorville. Next slide. So we have 4 operators. You can see them up there on the screen. Let me catch up. We have a 20-year overall average of our street sweeper operators. 10 years street sweeping, 20-year average with the city of our 4 operators. And we have Robert Guerrero, he's got 20 years, Robert Kelsey, 23 years, Tom Morales, 15, and Mike Krigo, 21. Robert Kelsey, if you know of him, he'll go by Red because we have so many Roberts in the city. So if you hear me talk about Red, that's who Red is. The big thing, and I think what the mayor was looking at and the city manager pointed out, we have circled there some of the things that our operators see and can report on to code enforcement. And that's something we're going to be working on to identify how proactive we want to be going forward and to find a way to be able to maybe report more of that and get it acted on. So other than that, it talks about all the repairs they do and responding to traffic accidents and whatnot. But, their basic goal is to clean streets and gutters every day. Next. These are our annual costs. This is a pretty important slide. Our annual operations and maintenance budget, so not including capital, is the $552,000. You can see it broken down into our personnel costs, equipment, fuel, and whatnot. Our funding sources is equally important. You'll see where it comes out of gas tax, storm drain, and just a small portion out of our LMADs because they follow in behind some of those maintenance contractors, our landscape maintenance contractors. It gives you some percentages at the bottoms. But the main takeaway on this is that our gas tax fund is stretched. Our budget right now, I believe we pull in about $3 million a year, and we're spending about 3.4 on O&M. So there's not really any room to expand services of street sweeping within that budget. Same with storm drain. We use practically all of our storm drain funds for operations and maintenance, leaving little for engineering and storm drain failures or new projects. And that's one of the things on the city's radar is to try and increase that revenue fund as well. So the main takeaway on this slide is to increase services, we really don't have the funds to take it out of where they come from now. Next slide, please. This is basically going into what we sweep, streets accepted within the city, commercial, residential, how many miles, just the special things we do, accidents, storm duty. When we get wind events and rain events, it really impacts our operations. We do state routes and a park and ride lot that gets reimbursed. Some facts about how much we pick up a day, how far we go a day. Those are things I'll leave it to you to read, but I just wanted to include it. So if you want to look at it later, you could kind of see, hey, what it is we do, how much we pick up and what kind of happens. You can see the magnitude on there. Next slide, please. These are our 4 sweeper locations. So we break our city into 4 areas. 4 zones as it's listed up there. And I know it's a little hard to see, but there are street names on there, and maybe on your printed presentation, you can see it easier. But needless to say, our operators aren't confined to those zones. I mean, they do cross over, they will communicate. When people are off, they do cover it. These guys know their streets really well. If you go out with them, you'll be lost in the first 5 minutes of what gutter's been swept and what hasn't. You know, they know where they're turning around, they know what's happening. Each street sweeping machine has its own personality. So these guys stay on their own unit. It's got its own quirks, its own way of working. They know what to adjust, when to adjust. They're looking in front of them, behind them. They're looking to see how efficiently they picked it up all the time. They're adjusting the speed of the sweeper, the speed of the brooms, the pressure on the brooms, the amount of water going down. They're avoiding stationary obstacles. They're avoiding moving obstacles. And it's a lot tougher than you would imagine going out there to do this. And if you think of the streets out there too, there's all kinds of pitches and grades to the street. There's lips in the gutter. So to do this efficiently, they know every street they go down, how they have to attack a cross gutter, which way to go on it, when their broom has to be higher, how to get that lip at the gutter. So it's pretty complicated. Just, it's not just jumping in there and driving down and put your broom against the gutter and go. There's a lot going on up there. Next slide, please. This is our inventory right now. I listed Public Works and SCLA. SCLA has 2 units that they need on hand for immediate service out there at all times, 1 in a backup. Theirs run about 20 hours a week, so hence they can be a little older. They don't have the hours on them. You can see the years on hours up there. Not too bad right now. We're pretty fortunate. The 2009, of course, is getting a little aged right now, but we have a plan showing in here on how to fund that replacement. So, and in essence, too, 5 machines, 4 operators, that gives room for a spare. These things do break down. They do require service. So then we have 1, so we have an operator still moving. You can see we do have 1 regenerative air and the other 4 are mechanicals. And both the ones at SCLA are the regenerative air. Next slide, please. So we looked at a replacement schedule and how to go about it. And we really look here at the age of the last unit. So we looked at a 1-year cycle where we picked up 1 unit every year. And when that came to fruition, if you look at you'll see the pattern repeats. So you'll see the red numbers, the column of red numbers out at the end. If you start doing this cycle, the pattern is going to repeat on the age of each unit at some point. And then you look at the very bottom row, you're going to see the age of your spare unit there is 4 years when you purchase it. It would be 5 years when you would get rid of it. Now that's ideal for our operators and our mechanics, but it's a little aggressive. So we say ideal, but it's really not something that we're after, but we wanted to look at it first. Next slide, please. We consider a 2-year cycle would be more recommended. So when you look at the repeating pattern, you can see the spare unit is going to be 8 years when we buy a new unit and 10 years when we replace it 2 years later. Your unit 4 would be between 6 to 8 years in this operational cycle. So it really fits well within the recommended useful life. So when we're doing some comparisons, we use these numbers to identify what the capital cost would be so we could compare that to what we would need if we added operators. Next slide, please. And this is just a 3-year, just showing, hey, this is problematic. You look at the how old these machines are before they're retired, and you can see 12 to 15 years and 9 to 12 years on unit 4 that would be in operation every day. So it was just to show you the exercise we went through in looking at a cycle of replacements and how to fund it. Next slide, please. So this slide here just shows a cost. So if we were to buy a unit next year and fund half of a unit every year, which would allow us to replace one every 2 years, that's showing the cost, the $500,000 the first year. It's showing a 3% inflation factor, and you see the cost going up. So over a 14-year period, there's a total cost of about $4.6 million. Average cost per year, if you average it out for the 13 years after the first one, would be $314,700 a year. Just to mention, in case you see it in the budget, we do need some new screening equipment. You'll see a little video of that in a minute. Next slide, please. This is just a hopper dump right here, a debris pile that comes out of City of Victorville streets. So I believe that's Mike in the cab, right? Yes. And this is at the Palmdale Yard. In the back, you'll see our screening equipment. You'll see a little bit more about that in a minute. Next slide, please. So this is a dump from 7th Street. It's half of a hopper. Go ahead and roll the video. And just so you can see what we're picking up and really what is on our streets. And when you drive them, they're actually pretty clean. And I think the favorite thing the kids at Public Works, they like to ask is, what's the craziest things you picked up in your sweeper? So they have some pretty creative questions, but yeah, some of it I probably don't want to say up here. Next slide, please. So this is our existing shaker screen equipment that we have. I think this is like 20 years old, and it's comes out of overseas, England or something. It's hard to get parts for. They really didn't make a lot of them back then, so you just had to take what you could get. So we're looking at replacing it this year. It's taking a lot of maintenance right now. This unit here was just put back in service the day we took this picture, and it took a lot of welding to put it back together, and hopefully it's still together. It's used to sort the trash and debris out. So in order to reduce landfill costs and to meet, some state mandates on landfill reduction, we separate out the trash and from the dirt so that we're not taking dirt to the landfill. So you'll see in front of the piece of equipment right there, you'll see all the trash that's come out of it. And on the right is the street sweepings. The picture on the right is just a dump pile that we'll pull out of. So if you go to the next slide, you'll kind of see it in operation. Go ahead and play. So in this one, he's taking sometimes we'll screen these more than once. So he's taking from a pile that has been screened already and rescreening it one more time so we can get everything we can out of it. You'll see the pile on the right has more stuff in it. This is not one of our street sweeper operators. This is Rudy Abrego. I think he's been with us like 23 years. And this is one of our fine new loaders that we're thankful to have. And you can see some of the debris hanging out of the shaker screen. And this is just to kind of show you how it works. You'll see him dump in here, and then you'll see the machine process the dirt out of it on the right. And then we'll use that material over there to fill in areas where appropriate, sometimes size of the shoulder or whatnot. Everything else will go to the landfill. You can go to the next slide. This is just to show you, they're going to take the pile. Go ahead and play. Yeah. And like I said, then we're going to take these sweepings and put them in a dump truck and get them out of here. I put this in here just to show that, yes, we use our equipment, and we have very nice equipment and very talented operators. The operator in this one, I believe, is Joseph Swall in the dump truck. And I don't have the years on him, but I know it's quite some time. You can go to the next slide. So our sweepers have GPS capabilities to be able to track them and on the routes. You won't be able to see this, but if you look at the colors, this is showing a portion of Villa Drive for a 12-month period. So if you look at the different colors, 1, 2, 3, 4. So you can see we've been there 6 times this year in 2021 when we pulled the data on this. Go to the next slide so we can see a little better. So that's just one of the portions from the last page. And you can see in the time column, it's pinging about every 30 seconds. There's 11:53:01, 11:53:31. Then you drop down and you go to 12:27. Well, if you look at the directions on the headings, you're going to see he's on the opposite side of the street later. So that's just the operator making it one way down the street, hitting more streets and coming back the other way. So we do have these capabilities. It helps us to be more efficient. It helps us with bogus claims. We've had claims before of our street sweeper knocking mirrors off of a car, and we ask what date, what time. And lo and behold, we go look at the records and we have no street sweeper in the area. So a lot of functions, but it helps us when somebody wants to know, hey, how many times have you been down our street last year? We haven't seen you in a while. And it has possibilities with the right software to let people know we've been down their street eventually, hopefully is what we want to get to. Next slide, please. So if you look at Villa Drive, if you put the information in a quick spreadsheet, you're going to see we've been there 6 times. You can see the average days turnaround, the average weeks, and the average months down at the bottom. So in between each date, you can see how long it took. So you might ask, okay, well, why are we 12 weeks and then we're 5 and then we're 4 or 8.3? What's going on there? And it's really cyclic, a lot seasonal dependent. When we get the leaves, we got to dump way more often. We could dump a lot of times a day. When we get storm events, we're just not going to hit it as quick. If we have a lot of traffic accidents, if we have operators out on medical leave, one operator, we're down to 75% operating efficiency. So we're not going to get around. So that's the limitation. The more operators, if you had 20 operators, you wouldn't see such a fluctuation. Next slide, please. So going to our current turnaround times, next slide. Commercial streets, we go every 2 weeks. Our state highways, it's twice per month. Yeah, it is 2 weeks, but we have the flexibility to do it not on the 2-week mark. Park and ride the same, twice a month. And our residential streets, what we did for this analysis is we used our GPS capabilities. So we took 5 residential streets out of the 4 areas and did the same little exercise we just did that we just showed you earlier to say, okay, what's our average turnaround times for 2021 for all of these 20 streets. And then we wanted to look at the number of times they were swept. We took one of the routes out of consideration because the unit was down for a part of the year, the GPS unit. So we're just looking at the 3 units, but it gives us a good idea regardless. Next slide. So when we put that all together for the 5 sample sites for all zones, you can see they're pretty close for each of them, but of course each area has its own uniqueness to it, so they're not going to be identical. But overall, we're rolling under 2 months on turnaround times out there. They're getting between 6 and 7 sweepings a year. Each street, residential street, is in each of the zones, and that's kind of where it's at right now. That of course, could be down to a 4-week period sometimes and a 2-month period at other times, but still we're getting around 6 to 7 times a year. Next slide, please. So we want to talk about increasing our turnaround times and what does that look like? Next slide. We looked at a few options. So you can see in the first column, that's what we're doing now. That's the slide you just saw, and that's what it costs us. That's our O&M costs at the bottom. We were trying to figure what would be optimal, what would be best, what we can afford. I know there's cities out there that are able to do it every 2 weeks, and they have cars cleared off the road. You can't park there, and not sure if we can get there. Not sure if that's the best use of our money. It does take a lot more than just street sweepers. It takes code enforcement. It takes them out being in front of the street sweepers, educating, citing, towing, and that would mean every day. So it's a lot bigger lift than just hiring more operators. But if the goal is just to get more turnaround time and a faster turnaround time, that's certainly doable. So when you see on the 6 operators, 28-day turnaround, and the 8 operators at 17. I mean, that's not always. If I had 8 operators, there's times of the year it may be a 1-week turnaround, and there's other times it may be a 3-week. There are ways you can manage it to even out that flow. You could have dump trucks out on the site to reduce deadhead times during really busy periods, and just certain various things you could do. Of course, if we did have a standard 2-week turnaround time, our operators could go faster because they probably wouldn't have parked cars, trailers, basketball hoops. We could get trees trimmed and out of the way. I didn't realize how many trees are out there that we have to go around. that are on private property. So this is kind of just looking at that. So what we focused on was, say, going from 4 to 6 operators. You can see the cost up there, yearly O&M is about a $276,000 increase is what it would cost if we had 6 operators out there. You can see as well, the 5 would be a little bit more as well. Next slide, please. And then we looked at the replacement schedule for 6 operators, which would be 6 units and a spare. We looked at a replacement cycle of 2 units every 3 years. So you would do one year, one the next year, and then skip a year. And this is going from 23 to 30. If you skip to the next slide, you're going to see the repeating pattern in the colored numbers. So when you look at the bottom, you can see our units are going to be 7 to 9 years of age and 9 to 11 on unit 6 and the spare unit respectively. We figured we could get away with that. That wouldn't be bad. So we use that as a basis of comparison. Next slide, please. So there's the capital cost funding for doing this for the 6 units, replacing 2 units every 3 years. The $1 million up front because we already need a unit, so it'd be an extra 500,000. So you can see there we would do 2 units, skip a year, 2 units, skip a year, 2 units, skip a year. Average yearly cost after the first initial hit would be the $431,600. Next slide, please. So just looking at a summary here, and this is comparing 6 operators and 7 units to 4 operators and 5 units. An initial capital purchase cost difference, $500,000 in the first year. You can see the annual replacement cost. If you were to, keep an even replacement cost, the average would be $117,000 a year more. And on the O&M cost, which is not just personnel, it'd be fuel and everything associated with the repairs and replacement of brooms and everything else, another $276,000 a year. So roughly about $400,000 a year in between those two. Next slide. So with that, I leave it to questions. I will say I drive the streets and, it can be bothersome that you see areas where we keep going around the same parked cars, and that's for sure. But on the whole, they look pretty darn nice. Our guys they know the areas. They'll make loops around Reno Loop. They'll make loops around certain areas. They know where the glass is. They know what gets hit. They're very cognizant of what their streets look like, and they take it very personal out there. Could we get a little more proactive in clearing some of these vehicles and trailers and things? Sure. I'm not sure it's worth the money though to get to a point where we're having a 2-week turnaround. That money to me could be better used in roads, but of course I'll defer to council, city manager.
All right. Did you want to add anything before we?
Nothing further at this time.
Okay.
I think that.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Any action is at the discretion of the city council.
Right. So since this was the item I requested, I just want to start us off with a few questions, most of which were already answered in this exceptional presentation. I really do appreciate it. I gained an education for sure in this. You talked about, what is the goal? And so just to be very clear, my goal was really to just begin a dialogue. I didn't have any great expectations of, adding a lot. I just didn't know, where we have been, where we are, what we're looking at. So having lived here 18 years, I've heard, a lot of people that live up here have come from other areas. And so a lot of people are accustomed to having to move their cars at certain times of the week or they get ticketed. And I've had 1 or 2 in my day of those. But I've never really heard any complaints in terms of debris or dirty streets, anything like that. Every once in a while there's a question of leaves and it looks like some of the gutters are filling up with water. So that's never been the issue for me, I think. And from what I've heard from other people, it always seems to be kind of a code enforcement thing that people are concerned with looking at unregistered cars or broken down cars in the street and, all kinds of things happening. And so that's more their concern, that it reduces the attractiveness of their neighborhood. discourages potential buyers and that kind of thing. So with all that said, you made a really good point because it was my first question to Mr. Metzler. So we went through prior council went through a huge process to develop our strategic plan. We established priorities over the course of a number of years, and this certainly wasn't something that was contemplated in that plan. And so I don't know, my concern would be, I don't know if we're at a place where we need to consider expanding. And if the council is inclined, I mean, would it hinder our being able to move forward with our strategic plan as it stands now?
Well, I'm actually pulling up the strategic plan now because there may be a place for it. Maybe not clear, it is clearly.
Well, I have a point of order.
Yes,
You're not being timed. Is there a reason why?
Mr. Metzler's not timed.
No, not Mr. Metzler. You allotted 2 minutes, but we usually have the timer going, so we ensure.
But
So I'm just making sure
that's
everybody
that's
has
a
a
question,
fair,
not a point of order, but I
fair,
trust our
fair
Madam Clerk is-
chance for everything. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, because I just 8:07, 8:09, and then Mr. Metzler started talking. Just making sure, because I don't see it up there. Making sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. That's really good to know that you can introduce and have more time besides the 2
It was
minutes.
actually really the introduction to my question, and I went a little bit beyond what I should have in terms of,
Just
you know,
want
but I gave
clarity.
myself the same privilege that I often give council members. Okay, Mr. Metzler. So while you're looking that up, so in looking at this, Mr. Matthews, if I may, Mr. Metzler, so we're funded by gas tax, storm drain fund, and a little bit from LMADS. Is that correct?
Correct.
Those are pretty much depleted. So whether now or at any point in the future, it's going to be a look-see for where we can get the funding, right?
Most likely to be fun.
Yeah.
And I will say, I won't turn down an operator. I mean, we can always use more. And certainly as we add streets in the city, as development grows, we will need more. I think we had 5 in the not too recent past, and that does help things quite a bit. And to your point on the residential streets as well, we do get calls all the time, and our operators will, you know, take a detour down a street and go sweep an area that's been determined to just need it. So it's not just you're stuck to that day. If there's a need to be swept, we'll go sweep it.
Okay, good to know.
And as a strategic plan, we didn't specifically tackle street sweeping in the strategic plan. I'm not exactly sure.
I'm sure we didn't, and
I'm not exactly
wasn't an
sure
issue.
that it needs to be as it relates to this being an existing service. If anything, you know, there may be a connection through our community connections and outreach effort. Code enforcement is also an element. I think more than anything, you know, this is the type of program we would look at just as a part of our standard operations. The funding question, every year we do the budget, the funding question about street sweeping always concerns me just because of the nature of the funding and how constrained those funding sources are. So just as a course of our standard budgeting, you know, we would look at the very least, how do we continue to maintain the existing level of service? Because I think at the very least, we've got a good service and we need to do everything we can to maintain it. If the existing funding sources aren't sufficient, the gas tax, the LMAD, and the storm drain, then there likely is going to have to be research for an alternative funding. And at the very least, one of the things that I can see is most immediate, if we don't even talk about staffing or improving our operation altogether and tying it into increased code enforcement, without question, there needs to be investments on the capital side so that we can have newer, more reliable units out there that aren't breaking down as frequently as an older unit would. And I think it's that effectively could be just part of our standard operating and budgeting review. It's something that we'll look at again this year just to maintain existing levels of service. But at the same time, if there is a desire to expand it, and we'll look at that, especially as it helps address another priority of this council as it relates to code enforcement. There is a clear connection between the street sweeping operations and some of the code issues that we run into out there daily. So there are nexuses that could be made that that I think could be dealt with regardless of the strategic plan. But that being said, as it relates to strategic plan, we've accomplished so many goals. We've been into that for a few years now. I have to go back and research when it's time to actually do the formal revisit. But I think it is safe to say that we've accomplished so many of the goals that are laid out. And it's likely going to be an opportunity in the near future to review it again and see what our newer priorities are. And of course, if there's a much more specific goal that we have in mind with respect to street sweeping, we can certainly include that into a strategic plan.
Okay, so my concern wasn't so much, does it tie in, 100% on the plan? Because I know this is kind of an operational piece, but I just didn't want to, if the council gets to a place where it wants to entertain some type of expansion in services and equipment, is it going to hinder our ability to meet the goals that we have laid out, the specific goals in the plan? So that's always, I don't want to get us off course, right? We set a pretty solid plan.
And I feel confident, considering where we're at, that even if we were going to consider something different above and beyond what we're currently doing in the street sweeping division, that it wouldn't get us off track with our other priorities. We're actually in a pretty healthy place right now, I can safely say. And I would say that we're evaluating a lot of things currently in the street sweeping division. So there may be some things that we develop internally that helps us operate even more effectively and efficiently. The technology that Mr. Matthews briefly spoke of with respect to using the GPS systems in the units to actually help drive a communication to our residents, such as an email that says, hey, I was just in your neighborhood, how did I do, kind of thing. That's going to go a long way, because we do hear those types of complaints that we haven't been in their neighborhood for a while, and the times that we operate residences normally aren't home during the day anyhow when we're operating, but we are there. And so maybe there's some proactive things we can do that fits into our communication goals that actually allows us to better connect with the residents, so that they first know that we're there, and then we're also inviting feedback as to how we did or anything of that nature.
Okay. So I don't know, just to be frank with you, because there's no recommendation by staff. I just, as a council member, don't know that I have, I don't think I'm in a position personally to say, yeah, let's go buy this, let's do that, let's add staff. I think those are really decisions that the staff has to ponder and then bring back a recommendation to us, because,
Your time is up.
thank you.
Madam Mayor, I motion that we give you an additional 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'll second that. Madam Clerk, can you take a vote on that, please?
Councilmember Becerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Becerra, for that kindness. This is one of those tricky areas, right? Where council members, we set the vision, you're charged with carrying out the vision, right? And so I think this is one of those things where this really has to come to the council by way of its own recommendation. And maybe you just get a feel tonight for, what our appetite might be on it, or what we might be looking at, if that helps in any way guide things. But because I haven't heard a major outcry ever from our community on this, we have, some members that are certainly more vocal on the subject than others. But I've never heard any serious complaints or anything that gives me reason for pause. So I'm just inclined to lay this at your doorstep.
And I appreciate that. And it's one thing that I've constantly been interested in operationally, and we always go through the review as we do the budgeting. The most direct challenge that we've run into on the street sweeping operation is the funding sources. But with the current economic climate that we're in, we're in a position, and I'm actually looking at it citywide, and the street sweeping division is no different. First, before the economic climate type issues, we would normally be looking at capital requests anyhow. I would actually expect Mr. Matthews in this upcoming budget to be making recommendations about the purchase of another unit, just as good, prudent, course of, our operations, trying to make sure we have a reliable fleet out there. That would be something that we would normally do. But one of the things that I'm doing currently as we're entering into the budget season is looking across the board altogether. Where can we improve our services, and if improving our services through the addition of staff and equipment, that's what I've asked all the departments to do. And certainly street sweeping is one of those areas, given the funding nature that they have. I've actually already discussed with staff looking at other funding options to help that division grow, so that we can perhaps reduce from, say, 7 weeks to 5 weeks, or even 4 weeks. We can develop those goals internally. We are interested in providing the best service that we possibly can. I do believe we're in a position financially where now's the time to actually consider doing those kinds of things, loosen the belt a little bit, if you will, because we have been, conservative and tight belted for such a long time. So we're evaluating that. I think just hearing your interest in the subject tonight, first hearing it back in January and asking it to be brought back tonight, actually says a lot to me and the rest of the organization that you're interested in it as well. So we'll definitely give it some priority attention as we're going through the budget process.
Okay. And then just one other question, because I always think about our staff, and certainly we've had discussions in the past about code enforcement and how burdened they have been over the course of time, and never really being able to keep pace with the workload before. Do we have a similar situation here? And especially because we have some new developments going in. I mean, they're having to look at adding those areas onto their daily routine.
It's getting more challenging. I can tell you safely, it's not getting easier. And as we are growing, especially busting out at the southwestern and western edges of the city, there is more to cover. And so that does have an impact on our ability to continue to maintain our existing level of service. So we do factor that in.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it very much. And thank you to the council for allowing me a little bit of extra time. Member Becerra?
Just to let you know, Mr. Metzger, I definitely am also interested in upping the amount we have out there. Mr. Krego, I do have a question, if I may ask Mr. Krego a question. When you're operating your sweeper, sometimes you go down one side of the road. Some of the times, doesn't mean you're gonna flip around and come down the other, because of the way your route takes you. You go down one side, hit another road coming back. So we've gotten calls that they did the other side of the street, they left. Doesn't mean you've left. It meant you're taking your route in the direction, as Mr. Matthews said, you know your route and how to run the streets, correct?
That's correct. And also we may have to leave and go dump because the machine is full, or we had a mechanical breakdown and we're not coming back that day. So there's a lot of factors into that.
But as the operators, you guys know where you left off. And okay, I just because like I said, I know we've gotten those questions of, they've left. No, they're not left, but we'll come back.
We'll be back.
Thank you. This more is not so of a question, but if we do up our service and we do up code enforcement with additional code enforcement officers, some of our public's not going to be happy because their abandoned vehicles are now going to get ticketed, if not towed. Their basketball courts that they've had in the streets or on the sidewalk, which are illegal anyway, are going to either get ticketed or picked up. And like again, this isn't a statement from you guys. We've tried to tell people that the roads in the city are not to be played basketball on because kids can get hurt. So there's gonna be some blowback from the public. Because you could probably go down 60% of the roads and see a basketball court, if not an abandoned vehicle.
Yep.
And trash cans.
And trash, cans, exactly. So, it's going to probably take not just upping the amount of money for operators, but probably a complete code enforcement officer just to follow our operators around and hit where we have problems areas. So it's not just gonna stop with street sweeping. It's going to
Your time
need-
is up.
Thank you.
Are you
No,
good
no,
with
I'm
that?
good, I'm good.
Okay.
If, like I said, it was-
Yeah.
I can just supplement though.
Yes.
It's also going to be, signs, it's going to be door hangers. There's going to be a
Right.
big education campaign that's going to have to probably lead before actually implementing the program so that the public is aware.
Terrific. Yep. Member Gomez.
Yes, so I hear a lot of discussion of problem areas and trash cans and basketball courts and problems and the term loosely thrown of legal issues or whatever. But we don't talk about the burnt vehicles that have been there for years, and I don't know if that is also in your purview, or vehicles that are stolen and abandoned and they're there for months at a time. So I've heard a lot of those complaints, and I've personally brought those as well to the appropriate entities. So I hope that's a part of it. And it's not just the basketball or the trash can. When was the last time council had a detailed presentation in terms for street sweeping or discussion besides today?
I don't recall.
This is the first one that I'm aware of.
Okay, and in the CIP priority, it looks like we're gonna have some priorities. What's gonna be taking a backseat in the budget year consideration?
There's no way of knowing at this point in time. We've literally just started the budget process. We're throwing everything on the table. And once we have a sense of what all the department asks are, or requests are, I should say, then we'll have an opportunity to evaluate it. But at this point in time, we're not ready. We don't have enough information to answer that.
And what funding sources will be utilized?
For this program, it's not going to change with respect to the funds that they're already using. So I think that it was gas tax, LMAD, and storm drain. And if at the end of the day, we operationally believe there's a need to add beyond the capital, because I believe I would actually expect capital for this division, this upcoming fiscal year. But if there is a desire to expand our program, then we would likely look at a discretionary funding source such as the general fund or Measure P.
And we talked about code enforcement. How would code enforcement, what does code enforcement look like when there's an enforcement when you're trying to keep the aesthetic beauty of pavement? Besides the ticketing or the citation, because I feel like perhaps it could go overboard as well. So I'm just trying to understand, what does a typical day look like with code enforcement now running behind this truck? Or I don't know. I mean, that's what I heard. So I'm just seeking clarification.
I think when we speak more behind the truck, that's if you had street sweeping on a set 2-week cycle. We wouldn't have code enforcement following us if we didn't. It would just be more proactive code enforcement to clear the streets of abandoned or burned cars, to get basketball hoops out of the way, have trees trimmed so they're not overhanging, so we can sweep up against the curb, things of that nature.
So if code enforcement can, touch someone's property, are we not going to be held liable when there's like a basketball court outside and it's considered maybe private property, or it could be considered, I don't know. I'm just trying to speculate, touching my court and saying, why are you taking that? I just purchased it 2 days ago. Now
Your
it's in the
time is up.
trash.
Yeah, this is all in the public right away. So this is all in the street. So it's in the city's area of jurisdiction. We're not talking private property whatsoever.
And
Thank
just
you.
to be clear, if we added the code enforcement element to this, using your basketball court analogy as an example, in no case would we actually take somebody's basketball court. The code enforcement process that we have starts with a notice of correction, which is a notice to the property owner that says, hey, code section whatever requires that these basketball courts not be left in the street or the public right of way. So we give an actual opportunity for the resident first to correct the violation. And then we give them a period of time to do that. If after that period of time, the correction is not made, then there's a notice of violation issued. And then that's when a code fine could effectively be assessed. It takes some time to get there. We try as much as we can to give the property owner as much time to be aware of the issue first and correct the issue. But if it does ultimately become a point where it's not corrected, and then ultimately you have the sweeper operator driving through the neighborhood, and they even have the ability to report such types issues, then we would go the violation route. But in no case would we actually take somebody's basketball court. It would be through the correction action and then the fine, the fines that we can levy.
Thank you.
All right. Well, with that said, it sounds to me like there's definitely a desire from the council to at least have this contemplated, expansion of services contemplated, including code enforcement. And so with that, I'd like to move that the council direct the city manager and his staff to contemplate any needed expansion and include that as part of the budget process for the council to consider. Is there a second? Okay. All right, discussion on the motion. Member Becerra?
No discussion.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, we're missing one member, and out of respect for her, I think she should be able to be a part of tonight, and she's not. So I would like to make a motion to have this available when she's actually here and she can actually vote and put her 2 cents
So
for
you're
the members she
moving to
represents.
table. All right, is there a second on that?
Not to table, just the next time she's here.
That's tabling it.
My interpretation of tabling is different, so I
Well,
just want
that's
to make
fine.
sure.
Right, so
that it's
there's a
not tabled, but
substitute
set for the
motion to
next day.
table to the next meeting when Member Irving is here. Is there a second? Hearing no second, the motion dies. We're back at the main motion. Any further discussion? Okay, I just want to say once again, and it sounds to me that we're all in concurrence. We're so thankful for this report. I learned a lot. And I really have to be very, very grateful for our staff. I can't believe that we're actually accomplishing all this with limited staff, and especially through COVID. It's just amazing to me. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll pass it on to you guys.
Yes, thank you.
And I also have a comment. So the way the motion was placed and in my interpretation, it's like a blank check with language to say an expansion, and there is no parameters. So I worry about language that is purported here tonight. That's my comment for that motion that was set
Thank you,
tonight.
thank you, Member Gomez. Member Becerra, did you have any comments at all on the motion?
Good job,
Just to
Public
make sure.
Works.
You still got your tongue speed? No.
I tried being a supervisor.
All right, so, and this again is just to review the motion, is to direct the city manager and staff to hearing the desire of the council to contemplate that during the budget process and bring it back to us, the council, for consideration. All right, Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Jones.
Yes,
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
thank you. All right, moving on to item 23. Yes, I was looking for this. All right. This is discussion and possible action to amend the city manager's purchasing authority threshold from 50,000 to 250,000. Member Becerra, this item was is on the agenda at your request. Would you like to introduce it?
It's just for Mr. Metzler's purchasing. If I'll throw it back to you and he can explain what I'm
Okay. Okay.
looking at. This is right here in the report.
All right. Very good. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, to follow on to actually satisfy the request to consider the purchasing authority of the city manager. The city manager's purchasing authority currently is $50,000. To facilitate the discussion, we've actually sampled a number of other cities throughout California, and we've actually laid that out in a table format for you to see. What we can tell you in looking at the results of the sample communities that we surveyed, we can't find any real logic, honestly, as to how they've arrived at some of these numbers. They really, quite honestly, are all over the place. So it certainly seems like there is more so a large level of discretion given to the council in how it wants to establish the city manager's purchasing authority. I can tell you as much that given the magnitude of work that this city is tasked with, the amount of time that goes into for any item that exceeds the city manager's purchasing authority, even if it's by $1, just to bring a staff report, an item back to the city council. There definitely is a question as to whether or not the value is there, and having to spend so much additional resource to bring back for the council to consider items. At the current level, I can tell you that it has had the effect of slowing things down in terms of accomplishing business. But in terms of the current value of $50,000 up to the level of $250,000, I think that's really within your purview, more so from a policy perspective as to what you're comfortable with. From an operations perspective, I can tell you as much that the 50,000 is starting to feel like it's slowing things down and requiring more work from us in terms of having to bring things back to this council for approval. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Okay. So Member Becerra, this is your item. Do you have any questions?
Questions and kind of, go hand in hand. Mr. Metzler, with upping your, I don't want to say your discretion of purchasing up to 250,000, everything the city spends is still open to public records, correct? So you're not going to be spending any money that's outside your purview already, correct?
Everything is subject to public records, and I'll add to that notwithstanding my current purchasing authority at $50,000, nothing allows me to spend to that purchasing authority if it's a non-budgeted item. So everything has to be within an approved budget by this council.
A budget that we approve at the beginning of every fiscal year,
That is correct.
and a budget that we can go through and ask questions at the time when we're approving it.
That is correct.
If I may ask a question to Mr. Mendiola, our finance director. Mr. Mendiola, at times have we, since COVID has taken a turn for everything, lack of items, has there been times where we have lost a purchase because of his threshold of $50,000?
That is correct. During the pandemic, especially over the last year, the competition out there has been slim because the contractors haven't been available. And then when we go out there to bid on a project, we don't get the competitive spirit of the procurement solicitation transparency law that we would like, where you have an abundant amount of bids coming in. I guess that pool of contractors have slimmed down a little bit. And so we've kind of lost where companies don't have staff, or they don't have the capacity to bid on things as they're reaching their capacity with the available staffing and I guess funds available to bid out things. So we've lost that edge there. And I think you've seen it in the last year or so of us bringing back contracts where they're like $10,000, $12,000, because the cumulative total of a purchase has exceeded the $50,000 within that fiscal year. So we have to bring those things back on a per item basis as they're needed throughout the fiscal year.
Okay, that was why we were here where we're at today. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Yes, certainly. Member Gomez.
I'm going to place these on the record, and if I have enough time, they'll be answered. Why weren't items brought to the council for approval, like the 6 a.m. meeting and special meetings that the mayor has called, if that was a hardship? What occurs with the $250,000 discretion that is given to a manager in purchasing authority and liabilities that's seen in your record? Does this mean that council will not have a final authority? Do any of those managers have 20 years plus as employees to their respective cities? And were any of those current city managers that the city expended at least $8.3 million in defending their name from fraud alleged to their cities? Do we have a copy of the survey
Okay,
that
Member
the
Gomez,
staff
that-
conducted, and
the last
why was
question was beyond
there
the scope
no
of this
presentation
item.
on this item? Why did we not decide to have an external agency do the survey to avoid maybe favoritism, nepotism, loyalties?
Madam Mayor, call to
What
order.
percentage
Yeah,
of the cities
thank-
are charter cities versus general law
Yes,
cities?
absolutely.
And
Member
what
Becerra.
percentage of the cities are located in the county of San
Member
Bernardino County?
Gomez is out of
Why
order
wasn't
and will listen to the
Barstow
directive.
added, and why wasn't the county of San Bernardino
Can you
used?
mute the
and
mic so
how-
I can explain? So, of order in that it is a violation of policy to impugn the motives and the character of any member of staff or the council. Any council member that has difficulty with any of those is free to take up those issues outside of the council meeting so as to not unduly burden our community, businesses, and our staff. Thank you, Member Gomez. Again, Member Gomez is
Madam
out
Mayor, I
of
call for a
order.
vote.
Thank you. So,
Madam Mayor, I call
Member
for a vote.
Gomez, we're going to move on as she refuses to bring herself to order. Thank you. So with that said, I have a few questions, if I may. So, Mr. Metzger, I was looking at, actually, before I do that, I think it's very important to say this as the chair of this meeting and facilitating it. You know, I think it's so important that we govern ourselves in a way that we are adding value to one another and the serious business that we have in this city. And so anybody can throw stones. That's easy. That takes no skill set, no talent, no experience. But it's much more difficult to govern and make decisions based on the facts. All right, so moving on. Member Gomez is out of order and will suspend. Thank you. So Mr. Metzler, my question is, in looking at the chart, I was looking for the comment, and so we're moving on because this. We're going to take a 5-minute break and be back at 8:46. Member Gomez is out of order. FYI. I don't know if you can read my writing. It's awful. Everybody teases me. Okay. All right, we are returning to open session. We are still on item number 23. And so Mr. Metzler is not here. yet. Okay, Mr. Metzler. So starting with my questions, in looking at the charts provided under the discussion section on pages 5, 19, and 20, I tried to find the common denominator with those. If some of the lower rates or higher rates was based on the size of the city, the population, kind of how their city operates, and I couldn't really find anything. Could you?
I really struggled finding some common denominators to compare us to others. I really did.
Okay. And when this was put together, do we have any idea when these spending limits were put into place by those cities?
No, we did not ask that, just what the current
So,
limits are.
so some of these could have been in place since the 90s or last year, right?
Possible.
Okay. Okay, so on the question of being hindered in some way, I get that with $50,000 because look, we're in this outrageous situation where there's real issues with supply and or requiring lead time to purchase things, being able to negotiate adequately, and then adding to that inflation, right? So I think at least for me, it's reasonable to raise your signing limit, but I need to know, so if we were to increase it, say to 125 or 150,000 or $250,000, does this in any way, are you comfortable with that? Member Gomez is out of order. Madam Clerk, will you kindly mute the member? Member Gomez is out of order.
And welfare fraud?
Member Becerra is out of
ED
order.
fraud? You want to talk
All
about
right,
fraud?
ladies will
Talk about
both
fraud?
come to order.
EDD
All
fraud
right,
isn't
with that
fraud?
said, we are
EDD fraud? That's fraud. That's fraud.
council
Welfare fraud,
members.
that's
We
fraud.
are going to adjourn
That's
this
fraud.
meeting if
That's
you will
fraud.
not bring yourselves to order.
No, we're talking your fraud, EDD fraud.
Right.
Quit throwing
Council
rocks if you live in a
members,
glass
we are
house.
going to take a
The
2-minute
pot calling the
break
kettle
with the
black.
hope that the
The
council
pot
members
calling the
will
kettle
bring
black.
themselves
Shut up.
to order.
The pot calling the kettle black.
2 minutes. My apologies. Member Gomez does not run this meeting. We have a
Madam Mayor,
quorum.
can I call for a vote? I would like to
Nope.
direct staff to bring this.
We're in a 2-minute break. I just called for one. So.
Neither you. Well, they recognize you, but for
So
Looney
calling,
Tunes.
okay, Member Gomez is not in a position to offer. Member Gomez is not in a position to offer advice on parliamentary rule. Thank you, Member Gomez. We'll self-regulate. We're on a recess, may not. I believe it's been 2 minutes. It's been 2 minutes. All right. Back on item 23, the chair encourages this full council to conduct themselves with decorum and professionalism. All right. So, Mr. Metzler, I'm not going to ask you the questions that I was going to because I think it's just going to fuel the flames. Certainly, if any council member is concerned about corruption, she is free to go to the grand jury and has a duty to do so. In fact, all right, so Member Gomez has not been recognized by the chair and will suspend. All right, with that said, Member Gomez, thank you very much, but that doesn't change the fact that Member Gomez is out of order and will regulate herself. This is a tactic to upset the council. Thank you.
What you have in
Thank
yours.
you. All right. So, Member Becerra, do you wish to? This is your item. Would you like to make a
Madam Mayor,
motion?
I would like to motion to direct staff to bring this back to the council in an ordinance for approval for 250,000.
Thank you. Just technical question. This has to be in an ordinance? It does. All right. Thank you. Didn't know. I'm going to second that with a quick question because I realized I needed to ask it. Mr. Metzler, are you comfortable with going to 250? Do you think that allows you the proper checks and balances that as the leader of staff ought to have? Member Gomez is out of order. Mr. Metzler. Member Gomez is out of order and is impugning the integrity of our city manager. She can have private discussions so as to not burden our staff. She is violating our policy and procedures. I'm so grieved by this conduct. And again, my apologies to our community. This is not professional conduct at all. All right, we have a first and a second discussion.
I can answer the
Yes,
question,
thank you,
Madam
Mr.
Mayor.
Metzler.
The question was whether or not I was comfortable with a $250,000 spending limit, and I answer that as no. As your city manager, I believe that spending authority is too much considering the nature of our city. I do believe the $50,000 needs to be raised because it is slowing down business. It is slowing down our ability to secure services and goods. But I do believe $250,000 is too high.
Do you have a number that you're comfortable with that passes muster?
I believe $125,000 would be a number that I, as your current manager, believe is appropriate. And I also believe it's a number that's appropriate for the succeeding manager because this does become code, it becomes law. So I also have to view the world in this spending limit beyond me as your current manager. So I have to think about it more so as what is the best number for any manager that's serving in this role, any individual that's serving in this role to fairly and most responsibly help run the city. So that's why I would recommend something closer to $125,000.
Okay, thank you. So Member Becerra, with that new information, do you wish to amend your motion?
Nope.
Okay, so the chair is going to withdraw the second based on the new information. So I'll call again for a second on the 250.
Just on the 250.
Mhm.
So if I withdraw it to
You can
125?
amend it to
5 then? I'll 25 for
Member
counts
Gomez has not been
for,
recognized at this point.
for staff to bring it back to council in an ordinance for approval at our next council meeting.
Okay, so the chair seconds that. Member Gomez, did you have a substitute? Thank you. Is there a second? No second. It dies. Okay, so what we just have is the one moment. So and I'll get to you. So what we just had is an amendment to the main motion. This is not a substitute motion. We're just simply changing the amount from 250 to 125. So on the amended language, there's a first and a second. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote on that?
Councilmember Becerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Gomez,
does it relate to the motion? Okay, sure.
And hear the other lady who motioned it. So I was just
the
seeking
other
that
lady is-
clarity. That's
So,
all it was,
Member
just
Gomez,
clarity.
that's not a point of order, but we can
Just
certainly
clarity.
clarify that again. So it might be helpful if we all review parliamentary rule and what points of orders are, because the chair is having to correct this in every meeting and it by
Well,
now.
maybe you shouldn't
That
be the
said-
mayor.
Listen,
That
pay attention.
said, that said, we do have a motion
Your
to
colleague hasn't been
amend.
recognized either.
So we do have a motion on the floor to amend the main motion from 250,000 to 125 on spending authority. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez,
No.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Okay, so now we're at the main motion that's now been amended to change the number to 125,000 in spending authority versus 250. Discussion. Member Becerra. Thank you, Member Gomez. As to the motion
Yes.
only.
I'm sorry, you don't have to repeat yourself. I'm not your child.
Thank you.
Okay? And I don't like interruptions. So just like you want to correct me,
Ma'am.
make sure that Councilmember Becerra is not opening her mouth like she continues to do.
I know. Member Becerra, please bring yourself to order.
So in
Member
terms
Gomez.
of this item, so $125,000, I still think it's a little bit too much. He hasn't been in the position enough to show that the $125,000 is merited. And I think the final say has to go to the council. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. The council is sitting. We do have a quorum. We do have the authority to make decisions, and we have a duty to get the business of the city done. There are exceptions to that. Certainly, if it's an item that was requested by a member and that member is not present, then it would certainly be inappropriate to proceed. But we are charged with making important decisions and sometimes hard decisions. And even though we have three, we have a duty to get business done.
We're also
So
missing a
with that
member.
said,
That's not fair for our community.
so with that said, Member Gomez will please bring yourself to order and suspend.
I'm going to
With that said, the
admonish you
discussion
because I don't
period
agree
is
with
now
what you
closed.
stated.
Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra.
Yes.
Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Okay.
And Leslie being
So
absent.
Member Gomez has not been recognized.
That's always what needs to be said if she's not here.
And so the council has just taken action to amend the city manager's purchasing authority threshold from $50,000 to $125,000. We're now going to move on to item number 24. This is consideration of proposed revisions to the City of Victorville City Council Policy and Procedures Manual, Chapter 8. Now, this particular item was requested by Mayor Pro Tem Irving, and as she's not here this evening, and for the next several meetings, I understand is going to have to be leaving early as well. So the recommendation on this item is to move this item to the May 17th meeting, even though the council had originally directed that it be heard this evening. Clearly, we cannot because she's the submitter of the item, the requester of the item. So with that said, I just think this is easy enough that it's appropriate to ask for a motion. A motion, whatever the motion is that the council wants to make. But I can certainly do that. It's appropriate to invite a motion to have this item brought up at the May 17, 2022 meeting when Mayor Pro Tem can be present.
I'd like to make the motion for having this item heard at the next available time when she's ready to be available and fully discuss this item on the condition that we can still comment on this item because it is still here.
So thank you very much. This was actually a request by Mayor Pro Tem to postpone this to the May 17th meeting. So that's how we're proceeding. We can at that time take up all the questions and so forth. And there's not too much to discuss because there's still time for council members, as I understand it, to submit potential revisions to that chapter. So with that said, Member Becerra, did you make the motion?
No, I was waiting for you to finish. Go-
Okay,
go-
so it's appropriate to invite a motion to adopt staff's recommendation on this. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so discussion on the motion. Member Becerra?
No discussion.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, I have 6 pages of modifications that I will be handing to the clerk now.
Okay, but the motion that we have before us is to put this to the May 17th meeting. All right, so with that said, the chair has no comments on the pending motion. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Gomez,
I need to understand what was the motion.
Okay, the motion pending before us is to take this item and hear it at the May 17th, 2022 meeting when Member Irving will be present with us.
Thank you. Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, moving on to item number 25. This is city manager reports. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, just a few items. First, I want to share with you, if you don't know already, we do have now a groundbreaking scheduled for the Wellness Center, and we're currently scheduled for April 20 at 9:30 in the morning. And that would be at the Wellness Center location, which is addressed at 16902 First Street. So again, that's April 20th at 9:30 a.m. Please join us. We're excited to be moving forward with this project. An engineering project, just worth knowing, you're going to see some meaningful changes out there just related to the Green Tree Extension project, Green Tree and Hesperia intersection starting on April 6th. That intersection will be in a red flashing state as we'll be continuing to work on the intersection there in the lanes related to the intersection. And that'll be going on for about 6 months. So things will be slowing down there. You might want to alter your traffic behaviors, find alternative routes to your destination because things will be slowing down in that area. We do have Spring Festival coming up, which is on Saturday, April 16th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. That's going to be at Hook Park. This is going to be the first year returning back to an in-person event in some time. So the last time we had one of these, they garnered about an estimated 5,000 attendees. So we're excited to have egg hunts, kids zone attractions, a seller's market, food, carnival games, prizes, and a visit from Mr. Bunny. So please join us for that event. We've got an environmental programs event, which is another community cleanup day starting on Saturday, April 23rd, 8 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. We're actually recruiting volunteers now to participate in that. It's an exciting event that we do twice a year, walking the neighborhoods, walking the open fields, and helping clean up our community. Finally, Dutch Brothers, which I'm excited about because this is on my route to work. We've actually completed all of the permits and approvals for that project, so they should be opening very shortly. Madam Mayor, that's all I have at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Moving on to item number 26. This is discussion and possible action regarding upcoming agenda items. Member Gomez.
No items.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
No items.
Thank you, and the chair has none. Moving on to item number 27. The chair is wanting to know if anybody would like to move that we forego this item for this evening. 27, reports from council members.
Yeah, let's forego it. I'll second that.
Okay, so so I made the first, there's a second to forego item number 27, discussion. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
All right, thank you. So that concludes our business for this evening. And as a matter of housekeeping, all council members, staff, and audience members will kindly vacate council chambers in City Hall within 10 minutes. That's 9:15, so that that the facilities can be cleaned and secured for the evening. Members of the public are not permitted behind the dais. This meeting is adjourned.